just a couple of minutes and then we start, okay? There are still a few people registering downstairs. Let me get one. I'll hand it over to you anyway. Yeah, it's here. I think we can start. So, good morning, everybody. I'm extremely happy to welcome here all of you. It's a very important moment for us at formicablu and the ENJOI project. And it's the end of a 3 years long journey. Long, but not so long at the same time. It went quite fast. I'm Elisabetta Tola, I'm a science journalist, and I'm also the coordinator of the ENJOI project. Let's see if we can start the slides. You get used to this because this is really fast, so, okay. Non va. Okay. Right, so I also want to welcome and say good morning to all the people who are following the streaming of this event. This is the QR code for the streaming, so also for all of you in the room, if you want to share it, if you're using your social media, you can share it so people can follow. It's a streaming on YouTube, so that's also the link where you will find the recorded video afterwards. And you can use the hashtag SciComm, so it's for science communication, and ENJOI. ENJOI is the name of our project, and I will briefly give you an overview of what we're going to do this morning, and also a few things about the project. So this is the agenda. Of course, you're not reading the agenda here, but it's just to tell you that we will have a few speakers that I'm very pleased to welcome in Bologna. Many of them come from outside of Italy, and that's also one of the reasons why the event, of course, it's in English. We also have the ENJOI partners that are all coming from Portugal, Spain, Belgium, and the Netherlands. So, of course, it's extremely important for us to say that we're really, really happy to have all of you here and very grateful for your efforts to be with us today. Okay, I just want to give you a very quick overview of our project. It will be only a few minutes, and then we start with all the speakers. But it's important for us to say a few things about why we have decided to organize this event. ENJOI is a research project, and it's a project that's been funded by the Horizon 2020 program. So it's a research project that is within a program that's been funded for 3 years by the European Commission. It's the 8th project in a line of a project focusing on science with and for society. And the reason why we decided to call it ENJOI was really, obviously it's a little bit of a game, but the idea is to talk about engagement in journalism as a key asset for innovation. So the engagement is our focus in this project, and we've been working for about 3 years, as I say. We end at the end of December, looking to define a list and a set of principles, standards, and indicators that might support journalists, not only science journalists, as a matter of fact. You'll see that most of the work that we're trying to do is also to support the work of journalists who are not specialized in science, but they have to cover science, which is something that is increasingly happening all the time. The idea was really to look for these principle, standard, and indicator. We realized that there aren't any set of defining principles that are shared among the community of science journalists. So we started looking for them, and we decided to go 2 ways. One way is, of course, going through the literature. So there was a lot of work within ENJOI in looking into published literature, and also in looking into what's called the gray literature, so reports and all of those assessment reports that are done, for example, by institutions or foundations that focus on journalism. But the most important part, and I think I can say that on behalf of the entire consortium, has been that of organizing and producing a number of engagement workshops and labs that are workshops where we co-created with a number of stakeholders, so not only other journalists, but also a lot of other activists or researchers, scientists, school teachers, and many other stakeholders. We co-created with them the principles, standards, and indicators that are useful or deemed useful for them, both to produce content, scientific content, also to use it, to read it, and to assess the quality of scientific information. So it's been a long road during these 3 years, because we've been doing this workshop in 4 different countries. And from one workshop to the next, we were always trying to improve the set of principles, standards, and indicators, until we got to a point where we condensed all of them in a manifesto. And we also decided to, let me see if I can go ahead on this. OK. Now we have to go back. This happened all day yesterday, and it's going to happen this morning as well. OK, so we condensed all of the principles in one manifesto, which is a very brief and focused document that is really meant to support both the content creators and also the users, so the people who are readers or listeners, the people who really need to select the type of information they want to trust. Beside the manifesto, you can find all of these materials are on the ENJOI website. You can find also the list of principles, standards, and indicators there, so our final outputs. And the last thing I want to say, if this goes, it's incantato. OK, no. That's how it works exactly. I know. OK, so the principles, standards, and indicators, and... Scusate, il puntatore non funziona. Come facciamo? Ne avete un altro? OK. OK, another output by the project has been the setting up of an observatory. The observatory is a virtual platform where we collected all of our output, but we also keep informing journalists and science content producers through 3 channels. So you can find in the observatory reference material, you can find opportunities and information about networking, and then there are a special channel that is devoted to tools. Within ENJOI, we also managed to get to the prototyping of 8 innovative types of tools that were co-designed again during the workshop and the labs with our stakeholders. So all the material is collected on the ENJOI Observatory, and the ENJOI Observatory is not going to close with the project. It's actually our, let's say, product that is defined to stay online, okay, together with a newsletter. You're all very welcome to subscribe to the newsletter. You can do that through the ENJOI website. So the observatory and the newsletter will keep will be kept alive for the next months and years. And the idea is really to try to make them nurtured also with the involvement and the engagement of our colleagues. Okay, I just want to show you the consortium, and ENJOI was composed by 6 partners. So we have, and it's a very peculiar type of consortium to be a research project, because the project is led by a science communication agency, which is formicablu, which is the agency where I work, and it's been the coordination of the project. And then we have 2 more startup and companies, Sticky Dot and Science for Change, based in Brussels and in Barcelona. They work a lot and focus a lot on engagement projects and engagement methodologies. We also have the Catalan Association for Science Communication, our colleagues again from Barcelona, and it's a big association of practitioners. And then we have 2 universities, the University of Twente and the University of Lisbon, with the foundation FT Sensas. So 2 academic partners out of 6, that's a very interesting mix that allowed us to do a research in a very practical and applied way. We took a picture yesterday because for the first time we were all together in a room. I just want to underline it's been a super pleasure to work with this consortium, but it's not been easy to be together in the same place because we started writing up this project in early 2020. I don't need to say why we couldn't meet, and we couldn't meet for 2 years. And so only yesterday we had a chance to take a picture of the entire consortium. Okay, last slide, just to tell you that the project is ending, but it's actually finding already a sort of a new life in the next project, which is called Coalesce. Coalesce is a big effort, a big ambitious project that's been set up by all the coordinators of the Science with and for Society project, so all the 8 coordinators, and some other partner. And the ambition of Coalesce is really that of creating a virtual lab for the future European Competence Center for Science Communication. We just started, well, we started already 8 months. And so the ENJOI Observatory and most of the outputs that we have produced in ENJOI will actually continue their pathway in Coalesce. The website has been published yesterday of Coalesce, and we can say, so you can also go there and see this new project, what are the goals and how it develops. Okay, I stop here for now, and I'm extremely happy to call on the floor. Let's see if we manage to start this. Okay, yes. Okay, our first speaker, our keynote speaker for the morning is Aaron Pilofer. He's James B. Steele Chair in Journalism Innovation at Temple University. We met Aaron years ago when he was working at the New York Times and creating the interactive news service at the New York Times. Then he's been working at The Guardian, also being one of the leaders of the digital transition at The Guardian. And so we're super pleased to welcome Aaron, who just arrived from Philadelphia yesterday. Thank you for being here, Aaron. The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, I'm very, very nervous about this. This clicker is a nightmare. So I have 52 slides. I don't know how this is going to go. If this starts to be a complete disaster, I'm just going to talk, and we're not going to look at slides, okay? We're just going to do it that way. We're going to see how it goes. Thank you for having me. I'm really glad to be here. This is an amazing event, and Elisabetta and I have been talking about this organization, this effort for some time, so I'm proud to be part of it. Okay, I used to work there. I used to work there. Whoa, this thing is, oh my goodness. Hang on. Oh God, this is already a disaster. I work there. These are some of the organizations I'm now involved with. I'm not really going to talk about any of this today, except to say I want to start with a disclaimer. I am not a scientist. I've never been a scientist. I'm terrible at science. I was terrible at science in school. My sum total of scientific knowledge largely comes from watching documentaries by like David Attenborough and so forth. So obviously that makes me the ideal keynote speaker at this event. Oh God, this is terrible.
You have to keep this closer to your
Yeah?
Just a little bit.
A little louder?
That's fine.
Nobody's ever said I'm too quiet. Oh my God. I wonder if the computer can come up with me. What? You have to point that to the screen, not back there. You were pointing back there. Oh, okay. I was just doing what you were doing. Okay.
I've been told that. I'm sorry.
Point it at the screen. No? That's not working either. All right. So today I'm going to talk about innovation in news, largely focused on business models, because that is most of what I am focused on now. A lot of the organizations I showed you there, especially like organizations like the Tiny News Collective, are focused on, in particular, trying to help very small news organizations grow and survive. We'll try this.
Point out to there.
Okay.
See if it works.
Oh my God. What if I come out here? You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to talk. It's fine. It's fine. I want to talk first about the word innovation and what that means and why innovation is so important to the entire conversation that we're having here, particularly when it comes to journalism. We are, as an industry, absolutely horrendous at innovation, at understanding even what the concept of innovation is and how it applies to how we do what we do. I spend most of my time focused on business models, as I said before. And why is that? Because local news in the States and around the world is struggling, as you know. The business model for local news is crumbling. It is crumbling at a rate that is ever accelerating. Print as a medium, that's where I grew up. I was a print reporter for many, many years. Print as a foundational part of local newspapers is almost irrelevant today in terms of reaching an audience. My hometown newspaper, the Star Tribune, where I grew up in Minneapolis, Minnesota, used to circulate millions of papers. It is now under 100,000, and that is really scary. And so I spend a lot of my time looking at charts that go like this and trying to figure out how to get those charts to go like this. You're looking at me. Oh, that's a great idea.
Okay.
Yeah, that might work.
Okay. Anne, thanks.
Oh, wow, we're way back. Okay.
No.
Go to the beginning.
Go to the beginning.
You got a long way to go. Keep going.
No.
Keep on going. Keep on going. There we go.
Okay. Stop here.
Anyway, this is where I was. I'll do this, and you can advance it. What are we doing now? Okay. You can advance it. Now this is not working? Okay, next one. Okay, this is the chart I'm talking about. You've probably all seen this chart before. This is the rate of decline that we are seeing for both circulation and advertising across mostly newspapers in this case. And one very clever person noticed something about that chart. Do you want me to beep? There. That it actually bears a striking resemblance to a dinosaur. So this is the one bit of science here in this presentation. We talk in our industry endlessly about innovation, and the topic of innovation comes up constantly. But we're really terrible at this. If you want to know how bad we are, you can look at an organization, a publication called Digiday. Digiday covers the industry in the most superficial way possible. And they actually specialize in stories like this, how the New York Times uses blank to do blank. And you will find tons and tons of these things, to the point where actually I think you could write a story about how Digiday uses this bullshit concept to cover, well, I don't know what they're covering. And the point of all this is that we don't understand innovation at all. We don't understand what the word means, we don't understand how to apply it, and we don't understand how to embrace it. So when you start talking about innovation with a journalist, particularly anybody on the business side, these are the terms you start hearing, right? Design thinking, hyperlocal, wikis, fluxonomy, metrics, SEO, open data, big data, data science, civic journalism, and it never ends. But of course, AI. And it never blanking ends, right? But here's the problem with this analysis. This is all wrong. If you look up the word innovation, you Google it, this is the very unhelpful definition you get, which is to say the process of innovating, not super helpful. A better way to think about innovation, I think, is to contrast it with the idea of invention. So invention is like the light bulb. The light bulb's an invention. It kind of came out of nowhere. The telephone was an invention. The iPhone is innovation, right? You're combining several known things to improve an existing technology or process. And that's the point, is that in innovation, we often talk about things. We talk constantly about things when we talk about innovation. But I see innovation, like for example, VR and AR. If you got anywhere near a journalism conference, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, this is what you'd hear about endlessly, is AR and VR. You hear anybody talking about AR and VR now in the context of innovation? No, it's all AI, 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 AI. And so it's just one thing after another. But I don't see innovation as a thing, it's a process. I see it largely as a process. And that's part of the problem. Innovation, in my view, these are some of the things that I would say when I talk about innovation, this is what I talk about. It's often really boring. It's often really dull. It can often be extremely incremental, a small step in a direction. It has to be measurable. If you're innovating and you're not measuring it, you're not able to measure innovation, it is by definition not innovation. Take Snowfall, for example. Everybody remember Snowfall? It's 11 years ago. Snowfall launched on the New York Times website. It was in 2012. And it was a sensation, right? A global sensation. Everybody was like, oh my God, I've never seen anything like it. The Future of News industrial complex were writing breathless blog posts about Snowfall, about how it's going to change everything. There's one sort of infamous post I can remember on GigaOM about how this is defining the new business. Oh, sorry, that was just pointing in that case. If you can go back. Sorry, I have to be very careful now. One very breathless blog post about how Snowfall is the new business model for journalism. Here's the thing, there was no business model to Snowfall. In fact, there were very little analytics attached to Snowfall. Snowfall could have been innovation if we had sat down, and by the way, my team had nothing to do with Snowfall, but if we had actually sat down and said, hey, let's think about how readers want to engage with really long content. This was a 19,000 word piece. Let's try to figure out how we can actually create a space where people can engage with really long content on our site in a really immersive way, and then see if that actually is a successful type of content for us or not. It could have been innovative, but it wasn't because we didn't measure it. So innovation also, to my mind, has to be part of a bigger strategy. And this is where we fall down constantly as an industry. So if you haven't read this report from the Reuters Institute at Oxford University, which does some of the best research in this space in the world, I would recommend that you do. It's written by Julie Pizzetti, who spent about a year talking to lots and lots of folks in news organizations about innovation and about why it's not working. And this is, like, to my mind, kind of the money paragraph from that report. which says, in the absence of purposeful strategy and reflective practice, ad hoc, frantic, and often short-term experimentation is unlikely to lead to sustainable innovation or real progress. And I could not have said that better myself. In fact, I think that should go on a t-shirt and be distributed to just about every journalist on the planet. In the absence of purposeful strategy and reflective practice, yeah, without strategy and practice, without a framing around innovation, it is not innovation. Innovation also can mean failure. Innovation, you have to bake this idea that not everything has to be perfect into it. In fact, a group of folks and I planned a really interesting panel at a conference recently all about failure. We do not discuss failure well. We don't deal with failure well in the journalism world. Scientists do. Scientists know how to test a hypothesis. They know how to build evidence for and against a hypothesis. They know how to report when things don't go the way they expect. Journalists don't. And we need to build failure into the process. Otherwise, if you're not doing these things, I don't know if this actually translates. I'm going to try it now. If you're not doing these things, all you're doing is throwing spaghetti against the wall. That's a colloquialism for you're not actually innovating, right? You're just kind of flailing about. Okay, so let's talk about what innovation actually is and who's doing it. First of all, we really have to start really testing and really learning. We always talk about testing and learning, but we don't actually do it. For one thing, the industry, the way that readers consume news online, the way that the industry monetizes that consumption is changing wildly. When I first started on the digital side of newsrooms, it was all about scale. Scale, scale, scale. When I first got to The Guardian in 2014, all they could talk about was scale, 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 scale. But scale is for suckers. Scale is a sucker's game. It is no longer a viable business model, and it's only going to get worse with the introduction of AI in the search process, which is going to happen, which is coming soon, with moving to as the ad market continues to spiral to the lowest common denominator in terms of return on investment, scale is not a viable business model anymore. So if you are working at a news organization that is dependent on search or social traffic, or you're working at a news organization whose strategy is built around scale, you need to find a different strategy or find another job. That's about as blunt as I can be about it. Scale is for suckers. We're starting to, only now are we actually starting to learn about how consumers really want news delivered and about what converts. What it is that will incentivize somebody to move from being just sort of a passive recipient or occasional drive-by reader into a committed, engaged, contributing, in some cases, reader to your bottom line. Medill, for example, has been doing some incredible work in this space, not nearly enough and not open enough, in my view, but they've been doing some really interesting work looking at real data from real news organizations and trying to analyze what it is that actually moves people down that subscription funnel. They've developed an index, and among other things, this is just one of many efforts in this space, but there's not nearly enough happening. Wow, what was that? What was that? That was innovation? Okay, it looked like a disco ball to me, but I don't know. Okay, anyway. The Financial Times is one of the very few news organizations I know of. Oh, good. Okay. One of the very few news organizations I know of that are actually really innovating in this space. So the Financial Times, about I don't know how long ago this was, maybe 8, 9 years ago, they developed their own kind of framework and methodology called, based on a very well-known marketing concept or framework. But they adapted it for a subscription model. And so their framework is the RFV model, or recency, frequency, volume, which is a variation of the RFM model in marketing. And they applied this to their business. And lo and behold, their goal was to reach 1 million subscribers. They did so in 2022, which was a year earlier than planned. Why? Because they're applying, I think, a systematic framework to their business model, which we all need to be doing more of. Here's some other good news. Engaged journalism is just starting to become a real thing, and I know we're going to hear more about that this morning, which I'm very pleased to hear. Because when people participate, when they feel invested in your news organization and what you're doing, they also will support you. We have found that time and time again. In fact, we're now starting to see some actual data on this trend. Just in the last, gosh, when did this come out? This was really recent, like September. Just in September, University of Texas released this report. Talia Stroud did it. She's an amazing researcher, looking at whether or not engaged journalism, a very sort of small-scale version of engaged journalism, whether it actually results in meaningful changes. And in fact, they did see a measurable change in the way people interact with news and their willingness to actually support the news organization. This is just a very small study of what I would consider a very sort of lightweight version of engaged journalism, but it's an interesting data point and something we need to see much more of and something we need to spend a lot more time studying. There are lots of other news organizations in the world that are built around engaged journalism, and these are a few that you might want to know about if you don't. One is Outlier Media, based in Detroit, Michigan. They don't see themselves as a traditional news organization at all. In fact, they didn't until very recently even produce news in the traditional form, the sort of inverted pyramid style narrative. They looked at themselves almost as what they would call sort of an information utility. Their main way of interacting with the public was via SMS. And what they would do is they would focus on parts of Detroit that didn't have easy access to news and information. And by the way, as we are moving into a world more dominated by paywalls, more dominated by pay models, this notion of information equity is becoming more and more and more important. And that wasn't a real point, sorry. Okay, good. I gotta keep my hand here. And so Outlier, their approach is to say, we want to provide information to you in a way that you can actually utilize. So SMS is almost ubiquitous as far as a communication device, and that's how Outlier launched as a news information utility. That's kind of how they see themselves. Spaceship Media is another organization I'm a big fan of, borderline fanboy of. Spaceship Media launched originally with this sort of idea that politics is so divisive and so toxic that there have to be ways to bring people together around an issue. I bet you can think of a few issues in the realm of science where this is also true. I bet you we could think of a couple of really big ones where there is so little agreement across the aisle or across the aisles about this issue that it seems almost unbridgeable. The gaps seem almost unbridgeable. And so Spaceship, originally what they tried to do is bring people together. So they launched a very small experiment around the 2016 election where they brought Clinton supporters and Trump supporters together into the same conversation space. I think they did it via Facebook, actually. It was very low tech in a way. And surprise, surprise, it actually worked. The results were kind of stunning, actually. And so they've sort of like taken this concept and tried to expand on it. But I mean, this is an example of the way engaged journalism can actually start to build nuance into a system that feels completely devoid of nuance, and to start bridging these big gaps that we see that seem unbridgeable between two sides of these intractable issues. We need to get away from, we're starting to see a lot of organizations getting away from traditional formats. And one of those organizations that I'm a big fan of that very few people actually talk about is Alabama Media Group. Again, Alabama Media Group, not an organization that you would in any way, shape, or form have said, oh, this is like the epicenter of local news innovation. But that's only because nobody knows about them. I have to admit, I had never heard of the Alabama Media Group until I was at an event about a year ago. And at this event, there were a number of local news organizations, many of them held up as examples of innovation, and they were talking about, oh, we launched a newsletter to do this, and we launched this, and we did this with our paywall. And then these folks from Alabama Media Group get up, and they start talking about what they're doing. So Alabama Media Group has launched an entire suite of parallel products, of digital-only products that are meant to travel on social media, that are meant to reach audiences where they are. And they have found ways to actively and successfully monetize those products. And my jaw is on the ground. I'm listening. This is Alabama Media Group? You got to be kidding me. So an example of this is a product they launched called It's a Southern Thing. And so It's a Southern Thing is focused on the lifestyle, mostly around lifestyle, food, things like that, but attached to the geographic south of the US. And it mostly is designed as a social media product. That's where it largely pulls audience. But they do have a website. If you go, but the important thing is here, if you go to It's a Southern Thing, you would never ever know that it was in any way, shape, or form associated with the Alabama Media Group. The Alabama Media Group is like a news organization. They produce local news. But somehow they were able to launch all of these parallel products and do so in a way that they have successfully not only maintained their newsroom, but they've actually managed to grow it. Very clever, very smart. Newsrooms, by the way, are core to this. There's sort of an unfortunate history here when it comes to product development around journalism, and that is that there's a perception that, well, all of the business side folks, they create the bottle, and then the journalists just kind of fill it with content. And that sort of model, I think, is A, broken, and B, untenable. And it never really has worked. In my view, the future here has to be driven from a product sensibility. And so the News Product Alliance is an organization that I'm involved with, that I help create, that is driving change, but from this idea that it has to be a product-centered change, and that newsrooms are core to that. Newsrooms have to not only be participants in this process, they have to help drive it. And one of the problems that we're running into as we are pushing on this front is that there is almost this perception that among journalists that the business isn't their business. And that, I think, is wrong. This is going to be, in my view, the hardest thing to fix. There's a lot of journalists who are proud of the fact that they don't know how their business actually works. And in fact, for many years, this was almost a badge of honor, right? It's like understanding the actual business itself is something that would pollute them if they did understand it, if they had some knowledge about how their business actually worked. And I think this mentality not only is outdated, it is, I think, detrimental. And the reason is that the journalists have the most to lose here. Marketing people can go market anywhere. Advertising people can go sell advertising anywhere. Journalists, in general, it's pretty limited options. So if these organizations can't find a way out of their financial hole, and journalists aren't at the forefront of that effort, then I think we're in deep trouble. So to my mind, ignorance of our business is a luxury that we just, as an industry, can't afford any longer. And to me, that's the biggest struggle. Thank you very much. That's my contact info. And then, there it is. My God, I got through that. Whew.
You, Aaron. whatever. Okay. Thank you so much. I think this was super useful for us, even like the ideal continuation we started yesterday afternoon, reflecting on the journey we did within the project, and a lot of the things you mentioned and touched upon today not respond, but give us more food for thought for what we need to do for, in the next few months and years, even in the next project. So I'm looking at the project manager of the next project, so we are learning a lot together. We have about 20 minutes for questions and answers. So I have, of course, a long list of questions, but I would like to start from the audience. Michele, yes, sure. Yeah, maybe we can ask for another mic, if there is.
I could also just repeat the question.
No, there is another mic. Thank you.
So thanks a lot. It was really inspiring. I'm one of those journalists that are trying to understand the business model, and I'm always faced with these people saying, don't care about it, just try it and everything. So you mentioned examples both of traditional media, like the Financial Times, and of very news outlets. And that is a dilemma I found. That is, I have the impression that traditional media have the inertia to and the resources to do some change, but they are, at least in Spain, many of them are not doing it. And then there is this landscape of small media that are making incredible effort to innovate, and many of them die in the process, okay? So I was wondering, what is your opinion? Do you think a future possible survival, let's say, of the media ecosystem will come from innovative traditional media, or are we facing, you know, an extinction of the old dinosaurs, and we should bet on the small new startups or whatever?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So, wow. Let me first just address the US specifically, and then I'll broaden out a little bit to the extent that I can. So the US is facing, the challenges the US is facing are innumerable. In part of the reason why legacy news organizations are challenged is their ownership. As I'm sure, well, maybe you aren't aware, you know, more than half of all newspaper organizations by circulation are now in the hands of hedge funds or vulture funds. Gannett, you know, it goes on, Gatehouse and all of them. And those are organizations whose main goal is extracting as much value. That's what hedge funds do. Vulture funds. They extract as much value out of a distressed asset as they possibly can, suck it dry, and then throw it away when they're done. Those organizations, I don't really have a lot of faith that they will emerge from whatever we're going through in any sort of shape. So what do? Well, there are some bright lights, right? There are a number of local and regional news organizations that are actually making some meaningful progress. Legacy news organizations, the Star Tribune in Minneapolis, my hometown, Seattle Times, now the AJC in Atlanta. There are examples of bright lights, I would call them, of local news in the legacy side. And I think that's being driven in part by, maybe exclusively by, a realization that simply iterating on the core business model, which has been their approach to this point, isn't going to cut it. They need to completely rethink their business, top to bottom, right? Just producing newspaper-shaped things and chucking them onto a digital platform, that is not transformation, right? That is a small iteration on a legacy product. So, and you're seeing examples of that, right? And so Alabama Media Group is I think, one of the brightest stars in this space for many of the reasons, well, many of the reasons and many others that I've talked about. On the startup side, you're seeing a lot of activity, particularly in the nonprofit sector. You're seeing a ton of startups happening in major cities. You have sort of a top-down version of that, like the American Journalism Project has funded a number of large, very well-funded nonprofit startups in cities like Cleveland, Houston, so forth. The Tiny News Collective, which is an organization that I'm working with, is trying to do the same from the bottom up. So we're focusing on grassroots. We're trying to start very, very, very small news organizations, lower the barrier of entry, and then help those entrepreneurs grow. I think the answer to your question is yes. What I mean by that is I think there is a combination of things here at work that will, they have to, eventually succeed. And I actually think that there is a sort of potential synergistic relationship, a mutually beneficial relationship between legacy and startup, if it's approached the right way. We're actually experimenting with this model, I hope, in one of the most conservative counties of Pennsylvania, a partnership with a legacy news organization and lots of little startups. I'm almost probably, now that I'm realizing, I probably shouldn't have brought that up because we're streaming, so sorry. But I'm sure they won't see this. It hasn't really, we're at the very early stages of that, but I think the answer to your question is yes. It's both startup and legacy.
I think it's very interesting also to, I mean, I know you're giving us the, the view and the experience on the US side, and in Europe there is a lot of, yeah, you didn't talk about Europe.
I didn't talk about
Europe. Do you want to talk about Europe?
Oh, just a quick thing. I don't know if you saw last year, Project Oasis, they just did a Project Oasis analysis of Europe, and there are something like 550 startups, small news organizations across something, like 40 countries or something like that, and far more than I thought. And a lot of them are doing some really interesting, really innovative work. Certainly in France, you're seeing, oh my God, I'm blanking on the name, Mediapart, got there. I think is really interesting. I mean, just focused on investigative journalism, and they have Zetland in Denmark. If they were in the US, converting readers at the same rate, they would be on par with the Washington Post. That's how successful it's been. I think there's a lot to learn from what's going on in Europe, particularly because this hasn't been funded largely as it was in the States for a while, and certainly not successfully by like VC money, like that whole Silicon Valleyization of news in complete failure. I think there's a lot to learn from the European model, actually.
That was actually one of the points I was going to touch upon, that the European situation, we see that in different networks we belong to, and there is a lot of discussion among small or independent media about the funding possibilities. So, for example, the European Commission is now back into funding journalism, which wasn't the case before, because there are a lot of funding opportunities for specific projects. There are very little opportunities for structural funding. So it's very difficult for a small organization to grow and to have the possibility to develop and even to do what you were saying, experiment and failure, because you don't have the resources for that. So you're focusing on the project, and that's okay, but it's very difficult to actually get that space. Let's say you're research and innovation within the organization, and I think that's where the discussion is at the moment, and we are.
I mean, we have the same issue, right? So foundation funding, they're always very willing to support projects.
Exactly.
And rarely willing to support what you might call sort of general support capacity. And that's always a problem.
Exactly. So, and because our project has been focusing particularly in the Southern European region, here the problem is even higher, because there aren't that many foundations interested in funding journalism particularly, or independent information, and then also it's more difficult to get the public to pay for it. So the two things are making the combination quite difficult. It's a big challenge. Right. So it's something where we're discussing a lot with
but that's what I think is so interesting, in particular about the success stories in Europe. You're seeing the public support, a lot of them. And these are countries with big, robust public broadcasters, right? I mean, this was the big argument when I was at The Guardian against the membership model, was we have the BBC. Nobody's going to pay for The Guardian willingly if we have the BBC. They're already paying for the BBC. Why would they pay for The Guardian? Luckily, thank you, Kath Viner, and the many other executives there who fought to preserve the membership model. That clearly was not the case. People will support it.
Yeah. Other questions? Yeah, Priti. Ah, there, sorry. Anna and then Priti.
Hi, I'm Anna, journalist from Italy. As a journalist working in a small newsroom that managed to increase their audience in the last year, mainly based on research on Google, what do you think will be the main changes we will see with the come of AI in search and in optimization? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're already starting to see it with Bing, and it soon is going to happen with Google. You're already starting to see, and this has been something that's been happening for years. Google makes its money. This is one thing that people don't realize. When you talk about Google and where it makes its money, Google makes the vast majority of its money on Google, google.com, which is why when people do searches on Google, you're increasingly seeing more and more content exposed that they hope will answer your question and not force you to leave and go somewhere else. They want you on google.com. They don't want you to click off somewhere else. The intervention here with AI, which will do, ideally, a much better job of providing a synopsis, an answer in sort of a narrative form and sort of on demand, will, many people feel, and I happen to be one of them, that what will happen is there will be even less need to click off Google and go somewhere else. So this is why I say, even if that's not the case, all we are seeing is less and less traffic coming from social, less and less traffic, or at least it's not growing, coming from search. And if your business is built around that kind of drive-by traffic, yeah, that ain't great. That ain't great. So luckily, the counter to that is to start thinking about what metrics matter to you and your readers, and start measuring that. Start optimizing for conversion. Start thinking about how you can have a more engaged, a deeper relationship with the people who love you and want to see you exist in the world. That is a relationship, that direct relationship is one that neither Mark Zuckerberg and anyone else can wedge themselves in between. When you're putting somebody in between, you're asking, you are sort of at their mercy, right? That's the problem with that model. And it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse.
I have a question here.
Hi, Preeti from Geneva Health Files. It's very interesting you spoke about, talking about failure. But like Elisabetta just pointed out, to fail is also a luxury, especially for small entrepreneurial media outfits such as ours. But when you looked at failure in innovation, what were some of the pointers and learnings that can be sort of cross-fertilized in other media environments? What did you find looking at failure in innovation?
Yeah, so my obsession with failure, I mean, first of all, I have screwed up a lot, so there's that. But my obsession with it is the lack of acknowledgement. If you go to a journalism conference, just about any of them, you would think this industry has never been healthier. Everybody's showing you charts that are going top right. They're saying, oh, we launched a thing. Look at this amazing thing, how much engagement we got. And then guess what happens? 6 months later, that thing mysteriously is gone from the world. You can see examples of this time and time again. So a bunch of us have started talking about, well, wait a minute. This is not healthy and it's not helpful. And so we started talking about how we can develop a framework for actually discussing failure in a way that is supportive, in a way that is transparent and open, in a way that kind of mirrors a sort of peer-reviewed system, if possible, so that we know what's real and what's not. And so, to my mind, failure is like the most, well, one of, if not the most important component, missing component in sort of this innovation framework here that we're talking about today. And why I think it's so, I think it's crucial. And we're just not good at it. We're not good at discussing it, dealing with it, acknowledging it, finding safe spaces to discuss it. And more importantly, and there's another piece of this, and this came up in this panel, failure is a luxury not afforded to everyone or equally. Within news organizations, people who look like me are often allowed to fail repeatedly. Michael Wolff continues to write books. I don't know why. They are labeled as nonfiction somehow, but Michael Wolff continues to write books. I think we can guess why. We need to deal with failure. We need to deal with the culture of failure. We need to find ways to support it. We need to find ways to ensure that when we do create a space, that people are equally allowed to participate in failure, if that makes sense. That's why I talk about a failure in this context. Did that answer your question? It did. Okay.
I think we have time for a last question, if there is any. No? Just one very quick consideration, which is about how do you measure that? I mean, we've been discussing that a lot even yesterday, and within the project, because the project is focused so much on finding principles, standards, and indicators. And even within the project, the research project, we are asked more and more to have these sort of KPI indicators that are very often quantitative. We were discussing within our consortium that maybe we should also revisit a little bit the way we look at indicators. What's your feeling about that? Because, I mean, there are some, for example, small journalistic, not outlets, but like products that serve a purpose. They're super needed, but they would never scale to the point of being like, large and strong enough. Are we going to be devoid of them or to be deprived of them, or should we support them and look at success and failure in a different way?
Yeah, I mean, so I think before we talk about that, I think it's like, first talk about what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
And then let's talk about the right metrics and indicators of success or failure. And this is where, in the case of like journalism organizations, I think we're utterly failing. So if our strategy is now largely around conversion, then we need a metrics framework that measures conversion and the things that contribute to it, not scale. Scale means page views, uniques, open rate, things like this. How many emails did you send? How many followers do you have? None of that is important. Yeah, it's a contributor, but how does that actually contribute to conversion? Meaning converting you into a regular reader, converting you into an email subscriber, converting you into a subscriber or a donor. So this is why I mentioned the FT, because that's what they did.
Yeah.
They developed a framework that measures the thing that matters. And that's where I think we need to be. And to my view, that has to be a process. I would love to see a process to develop that is open, one where the methodology is available to everyone, one where every news organization could kind of validate whether or not these metrics are actually right or not, and we can adjust it over time to make sure that because there's no benefit not to doing that. I don't understand why local news organizations, I get why the New York Times is secretive, right? I get that. I get why the FT is secretive. I get it, because they're competing at a different level. They're up here. They're in a different business, right? But local news organizations, there's zero competitive advantage not to be working together on something like this. So, I mean, maybe this isn't a partial answer to your question, but that's where it needs to be. That's where we need to be.
No, it's actually an interesting answer, because the other entire domain that we are exploring is the idea of how to bring the logic of open access, open science into journalism and see how to apply or what to take from that into journalism. So it's exactly in the same direction. Thank you, Aaron. That was really useful. Thank you, Aaron Pilofer, and a big warm of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you can leave this. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we now proceed with our first roundtable of the morning, and I'm calling the moderator, Karina Matosinhos. She's a journalist from Brazil, but based in Barcelona and working for Science for Change. Thanks, Karina.
Thank you, Ellie.
I think you might leave. Yeah.
Yes.
This is for you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karina Matosinhos. I'm a Brazilian journalist. I work with science communication at Science for Change. Science for Change is a Spanish knowledge-based social enterprise where we address social, environmental, and health challenges through citizen science, participatory process, and co-creation. So I would like to welcome everyone who is here in the beautiful Bologna and also who is following us online. And before we start with the roundtable about making journalism through collaboration and engagement, we can't start this without a participatory thing, because in ENJOI we use participatory and co-creation the whole time. So I would like you to ask you to go to slido.com, if you can have the next slide. I will introduce you to the people who will be here with me in this roundtable. So we have this QR code, so you can go either through this QR code or you can just type slido.com and write down the numbers 1941346. So while I will introduce the roundtable, you guys can reply to this question. Let's see if we can click and we can open the web page, the one before. Just click in the image. Let's see if, yes, should open a word cloud. And you guys will be replying to the question. When you think, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about making journalism through collaboration and engagement? So we will have some words popping up while I introduce. So now it's time to start. So I'd like to welcome first to the stage Stéphane Hourel. Stéphane Hourel is a French investigative journalist at Le Monde, author of several films and books. She specializes in corporate harm, toxic industries, conflict of interest, and scientific disinformation. Early this year, she supervised the European map of PFAS contamination of the Forever Pollution Project. In the past years, she has worked on environmental pollution, pesticides, big tobacco and big alcohol, and is trying to improve the world at the margin with cross-border investigation. So you can come to the stage, Stéphane Hourel. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Can be the second one. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce you to Zeynep Sentek. She's a Turkish investigative journalist reporting on the environmental, human rights, and corruption. Her investigative reporting has been published in various media around Europe. She's currently the project director of the Arena Climate Network, where she brings journalists and scientists to work together for a better climate reporting in Europe. She has a PhD in political science from Heidelberg University in Germany. Thank you, Zeynep. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Alberto Pulifato, an Italian journalist and filmmaker. He is editor-in-chief of Slow News. He has a background in biomedical engineering. Now he's studying international communication, and he is a digital consultant and advocates for slow journalism. He recently wrote a book on generative artificial intelligence called In the Beginning Was ChatGPT. So welcome to the stage, Alberto. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today. As you guys can see, we have a very cross-border round table here. Brazil, France, Turkey, and Italy. And I would like to just first start asking you, in ENJOI, we talked a lot about engagement, misinformation, AI, how can we connect scientists with journalists. We approached very different subjects. So first, if I would like to ask you, how, Stefan, do you think your work connects a little bit with ENJOI? And if there's any word that came up here that you would like to approach, but when we talk about engagement, when we talk about science related with the relationship with journalists and investigation, how do you think what you do in the daily life that is very impressive, we will talk about it soon, how do you think it connects with ENJOI?
Thank you for the question. Well, I think maybe the word multidisciplinary is what I think corresponds the most to what I'm trying to do with cross-border collaborations. Well, actually, cross-border collaboration is some kind of multidisciplinary approach because you have different skills, different cultures, different approaches of topics, and you have to create a synergy that works to create information. But also something that I'm trying to do is to work a lot on what we call cross-field investigation. So to work with civil society as a big word to say, like, I'm trying to work with scientists, NGOs, and also like frontline communities impacted by pollution, for example, on how we can work together without having any ethical problems in terms of journalism and respecting different cultures, but to generate knowledge and information together.
That's very challenging. What about you, Zeynep? How do you think your work connects with ENJOI and with these words that we see here?
I like that there is the word trust there, and it's a big one. I guess a bunch of people wrote that maybe. For us, it's, at least for me and my project, it's important that I allow, or maybe even force a little, for journalists and scientists to trust each other and really start to work together, at least in the climate field, for sure. So, for example, in your manifesto, you also talk about the urgency of science communication in the context of environmental and health crises. And it's, well, I've been doing this project for a year now, and we have a conference where we bring, it's a climate journalism conference, but we invite and bring, hold hands with scientists so they can come and talk to the journalists and eventually start working together. This is what we encourage. And the thing is, there is a lot of, obviously, trust issues between journalists and scientists that I discovered through the course of my work, but it's nothing that can't be resolved, and especially because in the context of climate crisis, there's no time left to really think of how journalists understand science, how science communication can get better in the context of journalism, and let's talk to each other and understand each other. No, I think it's really pushing everybody in one room and say, what do you want from each other and how can you work together? And I feel like that's a different take to journalistic work that I'm trying to push forward. And while a conference is one thing that we do, it's a little ambitious, but we will see how it works. But as a journalist, I feel like I should do it, and journalists should start taking scientists and what they say much more seriously. And trust is a big part of that kind of interdisciplinary collaboration, I think.
That's great. Yeah, it's very challenging to build this trust, right? But yeah, thank you so much for your considerations. And what about you, Alberto?
If I have to choose a word, I would choose the one that I put in the table, which is sustainability. And that's because, well, I have to give you a little bit of background. I've been the editor-in-chief of a big Italian newspaper, only digital, when I was young. And the model was based on the idea that we were able to scale all the time. And I have this sort of curse because I was good at SEO techniques, so I basically was able to put our articles at the very top of the Google results. And so the publisher wanted me to do a lot of crap instead of doing a lot of good journalism. We started producing something like 800 articles in a day, and I was responsible for that production. And I've got sick for this. I got hypertension, and so I decided to quit because it wasn't sustainable anymore. And I started with some colleagues a very small independent company which is called Slow News. And we thought a lot about innovation, and we have this inside joke which is we didn't invent anything new, but we have been the first to do that. Because we started from scratch, asking ourselves what's not working with journalism in Italy. And we said we are working in a very competitive landscape, which is crazy. We have to cooperate. We are very bad paid, so let's try to pay well the journalists. And for example, we don't have money. We didn't have money to start our startup, so we put European grants as a source of revenues. And I started working not only as a journalist, but also as a project manager, learning how to write those projects and to report them and so on. And I choose to pay myself less in order to be able to pay in advance for the expenses for journalists, to pay them, for example, insurances and travel expenses and so on, and to let them work on their topics. Hoping that this could have a sort of impact on the general landscape. But this led us to a big problem, which is not only the sustainability, but also the fact that in some way we are invisible for the mainstream, because basically we are telling them you are doing that wrong, and they don't like that. And so sometimes they perceive us as a competitor, which is crazy because we are very, very small, but we pay a lot the freelancers that are working with us. We are able to pay 2,000 euros for one long form, while in Italy the maximum amount that you can get is 200, 300 articles, but we have a lot of journalists very bad paid. My wife is a journalist too, and she is working for a big Italian newspaper, and she's paid 20 euros for an article, which is crazy. I told her, please let's ask ChatGPT to write the article for you, because it's not sustainable anymore. And so this is the challenge, the sustainability and the needing to be in some way visible. We also shooted a documentary about this topic, traveling around a lot of countries. We have been to Zetland's newsroom and to the correspondent and so on. And we discovered that journalists want to see that, and that they like that for free. They don't want to pay to see the documentary, but they want to, please give me the free access. But in some way we are trying to make this possible, and we know it's a long shot, it's a slow shot.
No, we saw during the project we did lots of workshops, and the word about funding and sustainability always came up, because we put people in a room and ask them to think about how to improve things, and the first thought, it's about money, right? It's about being able to finance all of that. So we'll talk a little bit more about that too. So thank you for your answers. We will have also questions from the audience and from who is online. You can send them through Slido. You can go to the Q&A part and send them in this section. And I'll read the ones with more likes later on. But first, Stefan, you have done incredible cross-border investigation in really, really tough subjects. Who haven't checked yet, it's a must. But I would like to ask you, when we think about collaboration and cross-border, why do you think it's matter? For someone who never heard about it cross-border before, for example, why do you think this subject matters?
Thank you for the kind words about my work. So, the last investigation we published as a cross-border team was a big project on PFAS, the chemicals. It was major in Italy, I think, this topic, because you have this Mittini a facility in the north of Italy and the Solvay facility in Alessandria, Spinetta Marengo. And why it is important to work as a group and in several countries about these things is because it's under the radar. A lot of this kind of topics, pollution, I work on corporate harm created by corporations who sell toxic products, and it involves a lot of science. And the manipulation of science from the corporate side to maintain the products on the market despite regulation attempts or litigation in the US mainly. And a lot of journalists don't have a scientific background and they are scared because they think they won't understand. So there's like this high entry cost that I don't have a scientific background. I studied Russian literature, so I'm maybe more sensitive to the wording and propaganda because I'm into words by training. But it's possible to understand science. It's about how you build knowledge. It's as simple as that somehow. And so for me, this cross-border effort is about creating a knowledge chain. So I know that Le Monde is not read by everyone. It's an elite newspaper, but because it's the reference newspaper in France, it creates something major. It sets the agenda, and then it can help frontline communities impacted by pollution from these chemicals, or local journalists to use the knowledge that we have created to act, to defend themselves, and to change things, because it's not up to us journalists to change the system or the regulations, but then people who are informed through our work can use it to put pressure on policymakers. So this is why I think of it as a chain of knowledge.
For sure, that's really, really, really important. We talked a little bit yesterday about how, like, if Le Monde, for example, policymakers are the ones reading it, how can citizens? It's a crazy equation that we are all in, and it connects a little bit with what I would like to ask you, Zeynep. In the Arena Climate Network, you connect journalists with scientists. So tell us a little bit about this challenge. And I also would like to ask about when we add citizens into this equation, what is the benefits of adding citizens in this?
Yeah, so journalists, the thing, what you asked, Stefan, the fact that journalists collaborating with each other is a relatively new phenomenon, let alone journalists collaborating with other disciplines. So it's, of course, it has its challenges, but it's also very, I'm talking here in the climate journalism context specifically. I think the benefits totally outweigh the challenges, and it's a process, and I think we will get there when scientists kind of know that, realize that rather, that it's a good way to actually get the science out and get people to take climate crisis more seriously. And then there was a new study I read yesterday from the Oxford Reuters Institute that people really want to hear what scientists say, and that was a majority by like 75% or something in climate news. So for journalists, this is like, there is no downside to it to work with journalists a bit more directly. However, in practice, how this works, this is a continuous conversation. What are the ethical boundaries? What is the workflow? How can you do this without compromising any of the journalistic standards or scientific standards? And how things would work in practice. While the examples exist, these type of collaborations, Stefan's project is one of them, for example. So they do happen, and as we go through, like in practice, the projects happen, kind of gatherings happen, conferences happen, we talk about these things. It's just like a continuous process of learning how we can do it much better. But I think that this is going to become more normal, more of what's acceptable, especially, like, again, specifically in the climate journalism context, for sure.
Thank you so much. Now
And
let's add another thing.
Citizens, just the
Citizens, yeah.
citizens, that's like we want to include affected communities, and I think that's, again, the question is how you can do it without just affected communities being a buzzword, and then you include them, and then it's good for your project, it looks cool, because it should serve a purpose to those communities. So again, we want to do it, but the question is how we can do it in a way that it's not just a buzzword, community engagement, that we actually engage the community.
That's real, right? Because it's, in the project we also talked a lot about the bottom-up approach. So it's not only the journalists or the signs saying whatever, it needs to be the citizens also sharing their own opinion. And now let's add something else into this equation. Alberto, you taking into account what you're doing in Slow News related to artificial intelligence, what policies you think could be put into place when we consider journalism and the new technologies?
When the AI became popular with the ChatGPT and Midjourney, I was lucky because I've been studied biomedical engineering, so I knew for sure that it was not just the next big thing, but it's something that it's here to stay for a long. It's a technology that has got a long story. So we started immediately working on a policy. I think it's the first policy for an Italian newspaper. And we put the policy immediately on the website, also as a shared document. So anyone, journalist or ordinary people from the audience can support us, helping us improve this policy. We have an approach, a very open approach to this kind of technology. So, for example, we use it to create images, but we don't use it to create hyper-realistic images. And if we have to report, for example, on the so-called deepfakes, we put very clear on the image something that make you clear that this is a fake image, so you can separate the caption from the image, because we don't want to pollute the ecosystem with another fake image. And in the policy, we are updating the policy because the technology is advancing. So, for example, we declare that we use the so-called generative AI like ChatGPT, but we don't use them to create content from scratch. We declare how we use them, for example, for brainstorming, for generating headlines or captions for the social media, but we never publish something that came out from the artificial intelligence machines without a human control. So in some way, we always put the human side in charge, and we think that it's a nice approach. Some colleagues and some people from the audience are collaborating with us to improve this policy. So I strongly recommend it and suggest it as a way to engage with the audience too.
That's great. In the project, we also talked a lot about critical thinking, and I think we can think about AI without having critical thinking, but thank you. Yeah. We have questions here from Slido. The first one, Zeynep, you said that journalists and specialists should work together. But the question is where? The real innovation would be in the editorial boards. Could this be a solution? Do you think, and we can also have the second one is, when we talk about as collaborative journalism continues to evolve, what challenges do you foresee in maintaining ethical standards? So maybe we can start with the one about the ethics, if you want, or who wants to talk about ethics, or if you want to reply. Ethics also came up a lot. It's one of our SPIs, so.
Okay, I'm going to be the ethics person. Well, for me, there are lots of discussions on professional ethics in cross-border because we don't have the same cultures in the countries. Like, for example, in the current investigation I'm working with, we are having a really important discussion on how we can collaborate with an NGO. And in the German newsroom, it's not easy and in the Dutch newsroom, it's not easy. And they have this discussion on, can we make a rule about this? And I don't think it's possible to make rules because it's a case-by-case thing. Like in the sense, there are some NGOs I would not work with, for example. There are some NGOs I've known for many years and I trust their work, but then the question is where you put the boundary. Where's the boundary? How can you really collaborate? What can you share? To what extent? And then what is how do you credit each other's work? So that's an ongoing discussion. I mean, we have sessions in journalism conferences about this, but I think it's important to maybe increase the amount of conversation about this, because each time this question is because we involve more and more different actors in investigation. So I think it's important to have case studies and know how we resolve these issues.
That's great. Well, in the project, something that we also saw is that we were constantly being asked about where is the innovation, where is the innovation? And one of our answers was also, first we need to start with basics, right? So if we don't have ethics, something so basic, that should be a bit more common ground, and we really need to talk a bit more about it. Thank you so much about your consideration. So Zeynep, if you want to answer, the question was, where can journalists and specialists talk about, I know about a great conference that just happened, right?
Yes, well, where? There are a lot of caps locks, so it's a very passionate question, so I'll try to...
They need a place. Give them an address, come on.
So we have a conference just finished, and we're going to have another one probably coming September. It's called Climate Arena, so it's climatearena.eu. So that's a place where we bring scientists and journalists together. Well, it's a majority of journalists, because I feel like we have, a lot more to learn. So there is a space, and then where these collaborations happen, of course, when I talk about collaborations, I talk about journalism projects where climate scientists come in, and then that's where the collaboration in practice happens. It's in journalism. That's where it's needed. I'm not sure if I understood this correctly, but if they mean that editorial boards should have specialists or experts or scientists, it's interesting to think about it. I'm not a purist when it comes to journalism, so why not? Maybe editorial boards should also have these kind of multidisciplinary character. It is something to think about and talk about. Anyways, these conversations we have all the time, so this is super interesting.
The other question was about examples. Maybe if you can give an example about how this collaboration and new perspectives can be more socially relevant. I don't know who wants to...
Yeah, I think maybe actually Stefan can talk about it exactly how it worked in practice and why it made the project in fact so successful.
Yeah, one of the things with the core project was to map PFAS contamination across Europe, and so we collected tons of data sets to put on a map known contaminated sites and presumptive contamination sites, which is it was an adaptation of a methodology developed by a team in the US, a scientific team. It was peer-reviewed methodology that we adapted, and very quickly we realized we didn't have the same tools and databases in Europe to do exactly the same thing. So we asked them to help us make the good decisions. And there were also very basic decisions, like on the map you have an info card appearing when you hover on the map, but we couldn't have the results there are thousands of PFAS. And we had results sometimes for measures, levels, concentrations for over 20 PFAS, but visually we could have only 5. So we asked the scientists which are the 5 which are the most significant in terms of understanding of the pollution, of maybe its origins, So this is the kind of decisions, that's a light one compared to other ones, but it was, I think, very exciting for them too, to be embarked in this thing without, it was not formal, we didn't decide let's have a scientific advisory board. It was just like a conversation, like we need help on this, how can we define this thing, etc. And in the end, what's interesting is that we are, this week, we are going to submit, well, I think it's today, we're submitting a scientific paper to a peer-reviewed journal that I was the lead author on it, but we worked with the scientists and that's giving back to the scientific community, so they helped us doing good journalism, well, hopefully good journalism, this is the idea, is to have a better journalism. And we give back to the scientific community by explaining, with their words and in their universe, how we worked, so that they can, of course, maybe point at errors that we've made, or improve or reuse our methodology and do the same, like in Latin America or Asia, because it has been. The question has been raised recently.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. In the project, we also saw a lot of this. Like, it was a win-win having scientists, journalists, having a very diversity profiles in the workshops, working with us. I really think it's a win and win. So, unfortunately, we need to go towards the end. So, if you can reply in less than 1 minute, when you think about the future, about collaborative and engaged journalism, Alberto, what do you think will be the future? How do you envision this future? How would you like it to be? Are you more a pessimist, or are you more...
It's always difficult to talk about the future, because then what you are saying can be something like, well, nobody wants a computer in their houses. So I don't want to speak a lot about the future, but about the fact that I'm convinced that we really need to restart from the scratch and from the very essence of journalism. I mean, putting together what we need to survive with our social function, before that with our newspapers and news brands. We probably need to put together all the things that we are talking about, remember ourselves that we are not providing the audience with the truth, with the capital T, but we are providing them with proper facts and data in proper context. And so the multidisciplinary approach that we were talking about before, for example, we use that in our small newsroom, working both with hard scientists and soft scientists, using them as a sort of technical committee for our journalists, helping them to understand the data, how to use the data, remember that the data have to be put in context and so on. And so I think that putting together all these things can help us to survive and to see in somewhere the future and what's going on, because we are living in very interesting times. But if the solution is just to aim for something like a technical solution, I mean, we have seen that with all the so-called innovation, they have been presented as a sort of silver bullet for the business model. No? For example, we have seen newsletters and then podcasts and then NFT and the metaverse and the AI, and this is a crazy run to the future. We don't need that, I think, and I think we really need to start again from scratch.
Great, thank you. What about you, Zena?
I think now journalists love to collaborate with each other, and they realize that it's really nice to do it. These like European collaborations, for example, and international cross-border ones. I think this is going to become more and more of a norm, for sure. My hope is that I hope it evolves in a way that we have these discussions in the journalistic community where power disparities between newsrooms, funding, and all that is addressed in a way that we can have more equitable collaborations. I mean, at least that's my hope, and I think there are more discussions about it, and I hope in parallel we think about how our funding models are a little broken and how we can do it to make it a little bit more, I hate the word sustainable, but people will know what I mean, especially if you're from a small newsroom that depend on philanthropy funding, for example. I think we need to think of ways to how we can have much better funding system. I mean, at least that's my hope. And then collaborations can be more equitable and can be, in fact, more powerful. That's why I found your talk so fascinating, because it's like it's more like a universal kind of debate about the funding models and all that. And I hope that kind of we can move that conversation forward, so that the collaborations and the engagement and whatever we want to do, all the innovation that is, it's actually for the service of the community.
Thank you so much.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I was a freelancer for many years, and it makes me think of, this, Hannah Gadsby, the stand-up comedy actor. She has this show, and she says, it's this, what is this stupid idea that you have to suffer to be an artist? And she says, imagine what Van Gogh could have achieved if he had proper medical treatment, And it's the same for freelancers somehow. Imagine what we could achieve as journalists if everybody was correctly paid, to work in good conditions.
Yes.
But then maybe one is somehow an ethical point is the choice of topics we're working on. Because a lot of the cross-border work for many years has been focused on tax evasion, finance investigation, and it's very difficult to have, there are not that many investigations on the environment, on climate, on pollution, and on social issues, migration, gender issues, sexual violence, these kind of things. And there's somehow an ethical issue here on should we really have 3/4 of our journalism force focused on financial issues instead of the environment, when we are facing a triple planetary crisis with the climate, the collapse of biodiversity, and the pollution issues.
Oh, thank you so much. We put 4 journalists together and we could keep talking and talking here, but unfortunately we need to end this round the table. Thank you so much, Stefan, Zeynep, and Alberto. ENJOI is also in the end, but I think we'll keep with the challenge and the commitment to try to improve science communication and journalism by making it more reliable, trustful, engaged, and we count with everyone. We really need, after seeing this round table, we need sustainability, we need so many challenges to overcome, but I think we'll be able to, so thank you so much for all of your contribution.
Okay, so we now have the coffee break. It's downstairs. It was supposed to be 30 minutes. I suggest we do 25, and because it takes at least 5 minutes to come back, and I know, so then we don't go too late compared to the agenda. Is that okay? So 25 minutes and downstairs. Enjoy. So we have to come back at 11:50. We start sharp. If we can take a seat, we should start again. So, while we're taking the seat, I'm just waiting for the confirmation about the slides. Okay. While we wait for the slides to be ready, I will call the next moderator of the next panel, Michele Catanzaro. Michele Catanzaro is a science journalist and a professor of journalism as well. He's here also as a partner of the ENJOI project, and he's one of the members of the Catalan Association for Science Communication. Michele. Thank you. Italian, but living in Barcelona. I didn't add that. Okay. Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. So I invite on stage the three speakers of the next roundtable. Please come. Sofia de Palma Rodriguez, Eva Rodriguez Nieto, and Rafael Anjos, and take your seat. So while I introduce, so we are going to be quick. So basically, I mean, one thing that I like about journalist meeting is getting inspired by other people's work. So I decided to apply, you know, the inverted pyramids paradigm and start with really specific story, and that is what I will ask first to our speakers, so be prepared to enjoy specific stories. Just one initial thought, they are three very different profiles, three very different projects, but they have one thing in common, that they do really in-depth journalism. So, you know, investigative, long-form, narrative, explanatory journalism. So let's say the whole purpose of this story is understanding how these formats have, we hopefully, something to give to science journalism, okay? And how we can connect this in-depth journalism with science journalism. So, okay, I will basically present each one of them and start with the first question for each one of them, which is basically whether they can give me a story, tell me a story, a specific story they're very proud of that they have done in the last few months or years, okay? So let's start with Sofia de Palma Rodriguez. She's the co-founder of Divergente, a digital magazine of narrative journalism focused on investigative and immersive stories that was created in 2014 in Portugal. She has a PhD in post-colonial studies. She has experience as investigative reporter in different countries in Europe, Africa, and the Americas. And her strategy, let's say, is connecting journalism, documentary, and academia. So tell us about one specific story you are very proud of.
So I brought two specific stories because at Divergent we try to give a stage to misrepresented people. So one of the stories I want to show, can you, the next slide, these three women, they are from Mozambique, like the slide, the first one. They are from Mozambique, and we went there to do a feature about land grabbing. And before going there, we listen a lot of researchers about the subject, and then we get the places, and we had another perspectives from people who were being affected by the subject. And yesterday we talked about decolonizing thinking, and it's also, I think it's important we as journalists go open enough to change our minds, and it happened with these women. I choose this sentence: to have a small holding is a human right. In our human rights declaration, we don't have the right to land, but for them, it was important. And the next story is Zé. Zé wants to know why is the title of the documentary. Zé is one of the faces of the climate change. He lives in a very small village in Guinea-Bissau. There is a country in the west coast of Africa, and he explained all the effects of climate change without saying the word climate change. That means, by his story, we were able to connect our audience with the subject and telling a story of a human being that is strongly affected by it. And it's it for now.
Great, thanks a lot. So we are doing a full immersion in specific stories. Check Divergente, by the way, for Divergente, sorry, by the way, for these stories, and you will see, but later Sofia will elaborate on that, this long format with multimedia ingredients, etc. So now let's go to Eva Rodriguez Nieto. She's the director of the science news agency SYNC in Spain. She has a degree in audiovisual communication and journalism, a master in strategic consultancy and communication. She's very interested, especially interested in climate science and biodiversity, and the latest of a series of awards she has received is the CSIC Fundación BBVA Award in Science Communication. So Eva, tell us your story.
Thank you, Michele. Well, I have chosen an example that is it's not recent, but I think it shows what we do in SYNC, because we transform scientific papers into news, and this one we choose, it's from Web of Science, and it is particularly because we do an illustration about this new species of panda, and has the characteristic that this is the antecessor of the giant panda now living in China. So the illustration, this led to it being published in many media in Spain. You can change the slide. And also in international media. For example, in the New York Times, but they don't choose our illustration, maybe they don't know if it's free. And what we didn't expect at all is that this story, it was also turning it into a viral video, the next slide, that an Asian TV turned it into a story, a human story. And we don't have the capacity to do this, but it's our objective to transform science research into news and to have a great impact. And in addition of this, the researcher of this article was contacted by other researchers from China to collaborate in future studies. So I have these stories to explain what we do in SYNC and why we are useful for media.
Great, so an interesting case study of how in-depth explanatory journalism on science can go viral somehow in its way. So the third speaker and the third story is Raffaele Angius, co-founder of INDEEP and member of IRPI Media. And INDEEP is an investigative journalism, an investigative media outlet based in Sardinia. He is also a senior reporter at IRPI Media, as I said before, and a contributor to Wired Italy. He's an adjunct professor of privacy and data protection at the University of Perugia and a collaborator of the National Cybersecurity Laboratory. Among several things he has done, I would like to mention Regeni Leaks for L'Espresso, so a platform to collect anonymous information about the murder of the Italian researcher Giulio Regeni in Egypt. So, your story.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. Well, I was trying to find a scientific angle because, you know, IRPI Media is more focused on criminal organization and we also have environmental and pollution problems and rights for workers and whatever. But I thought something really interesting we went through this year was an investigation about how platforms are going to erase most of the newspaper contents inside the web. Well, basically, we were part of an investigative effort with OCCRP about Eliminalia. You probably heard of it because it was a huge investigation worldwide. And suddenly, when we were investigating in the experts that were paid for removing contents like behind GDPR or right to be forgotten. Actually, they were providing services to criminal organizations again, and also many crooks around the world. And we discovered that we were part of the story because we were being targeted as well for the removal of contents from our newspaper. So basically part of our investigation became to go through what was inside our emails and all the stories that Google actually was de-indexing from our website because these people were paying for lawyers and huge firms to obtain that goal. So I do believe that also if maybe it's not something that will change the world, but we're going to face an erosion of our remembering of people, bad people that did bad things, and you can try and find their names inside the Google search, which is a gatekeeper, actually. You won't find anything because there's no control and there's no taking Google responsible for the contents they are indexing. So it's not just an investigation for us, which is you can find story killers on our website, but it's also something we really believe we should advocate on because the memory of people is made through internet, through the web, and there are platforms, it's not just Google, but actually mostly Google, that can decide if they can remove or not remove a content, and for me it's a huge issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Digital, you have found that it's not only digital oblivion, it's digital explicit deletion of contents. So we have seen 3 specific examples. Maybe if you can go on a little bit to show just a few captures from the work done by Indip and ERP Media of how these strategies, investigative journalism, explanatory journalism, and narrative journalism can be applied to technology, environment, and basic natural science, okay? So now that we have done this quick immersion in specific stories, so you get the gist a little bit of what they are doing, I would like to ask them to explain more completely, let's say, how their media outlet work. So maybe you can start, Sofia. How does Divergente work? What is it, basically?
So I co-founded Divergent with a friend of mine, Diogo, in 2014, and we had nothing. We just had 4 hands, and the goal to do the journalism we believe in. We came from traditional legacy media, and we really wanted to do in-depth journalism, and that's what we try to do at Divergent. And we wanted to do in-depth journalism with a very beautiful visual approach, and that's what we try to do nowadays. We don't provide truth, we try to give context, and we try to go through the gray areas of the subjects we cover. We mostly cover subjects related to human rights and citizenship. And another important point of what we do is we try to be innovative, but not forgetting the ethical standards. That means we bring multidisciplinary teams to our reportage. Designers, developers, academics. I think that every subject we cover, we always invite someone from the universities to double check the information we are going to publish. At Portugal Journalism, journalists are very skeptical about giving what they are writing to read to someone else. We prefer to do it at Divergent than publish mistakes. And I think it's it. And also bring people to the conversation. We try to tell stories, and sometimes very difficult stories, but always try to give a stage to people who are affected by the subjects we covered to talk. And every time we give them the time and the space to talk, we find a different story. And that's what I love in journalism.
Great. So just to summarize a quick snapshot, what you're doing is really in-depth context journalism with a narrative perspective, long form, with a lot of really beautiful to see if you check the web of Divergente. Okay, Eva, what about the model of Sync?
Well, we are public, so we are neuroscience specialized in science and technology, and we start in 2008. And when we start in Spain, we were unique because we have a Creative Commons license, so all the media can republish our content and use it wherever they want. And we are part of the Spanish Foundation of Science and Technology. And we not only cover health or innovation, physics, math, we also focus on the social science, because we know that it is important to have these researches in the media. For example, I recently wrote an article about the Me Too movement in Spain that have changed the law, for example, and it's important that show that sociology it's a way to change policymakers, and it was a work doing in Barcelona University, and we have more examples about this kind of change that we can do with the research of these studies.
Thanks a lot. So very different approach. For one that is a lot on context and in-depth, long-form journalism. You are a lot into news. I must say, me personally, I live in Spain, and Sync has been a very nice story to follow. I mean, it is public, as you said. It belongs to a foundation that is belongs to the state of Spain, yeah, and still it's not neither perceived nor is sort of marketing for a specific institution. It's really a service to the general systems. You are independent, exactly, and you are carrying out also a lot of, beyond the news, specific news of science, a lot of high-quality journalism with a lot of explanation in depth, etc. Okay, and what about INDIP?
Well, I come from some years' experience with the ERP Media, which is a newspaper media outlet that is specialized on investigative journalism. And then a few years ago, with some colleagues, when I went back to live in my land in Sardinia, which is an island in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, we already knew that there were no newspapers, independent newspapers. It's kind of a duopoly situation where the information is all connected and bounded with certain specific politics, and they don't do investigative journalism, they don't go through public administrations and whatever. So we thought, well, why don't we just ask the people if they want a newspaper? So we did a crowdfunding. We were all or nothing for 20,000 euros, because we thought for less money it would have been useless. And actually we collected more money than we asked to the people. We converted all in subscriptions, and we created a newspaper which is behind paywall, but it has not any kind of tracking. No, we don't run ads or whatever. You just pay a very small amount, which is 60 euros per year. And we promise we do investigative and in-depth journalism. Actually, it's been 2 years. And it's really funny because it's a crazy ride. It's the three of us, a very small structure. We're trying to foster new journalists on the territory because there's no schools of journalism and whatever. We found very huge minds that were ready to do information with the right respect to the people and the readers. We started doing scoops and also some hard news sometimes, and people started actually paying and sustaining our project. So we don't have any editor outside of our readers. We do investigative journalism, and we did it from the beginning in the only way I can imagine being a journalist, just doing our job with no complications or big structures, political affinities or whatever. We just go straight and people is giving us a big prize every day reading our investigations.
Yeah, when I first heard about InDeep, I got very enthusiastic because, I mean, it's a very story that is full of hope somehow. And, I mean, it's not that Sardinia is a news desert, but as you described, it's a place where the news system is sort of locked in a very complicated, let's say, situation, and how, in that context, you manage to put this machine in motion. It's really amazing. So later we will discuss about the sustainability, the business model, the project for the future, but first of all, I would like to focus on your methodology, okay? And especially in what aspects you are innovating or what you are experimenting with, what are the yeah, I mean, the innovative feature, the things that you are, the borders that you are pushing at the methodological level as journalists in your respective outlets. So that would be the question, what you are experimenting with, what you are innovating with in your current work. Whoever wants to start? Okay.
Well, we now are experimenting with video formats. We are not it's not our area, but we know that young people read less and less, so we have to get this audience also. And we are working also to have a more interactive website. And I think the technology is not the reason why we exist, but we are digital media, so we have to improve this technology. And I think it's what we kind of do with innovation.
At Divergent, now we are trying to bring as much as different backgrounds to our investigations. That means I will give an example. We are now doing a very big data-driven investigation about abstention from voting, and we brought a designer that did everything from the scratch. We brought a statistic researcher who is helping us to guarantee you that the numbers we are going to publish are correct. We brought a developer. That means a lot of efforts, but we believe that this approach is what can make us different from everything else that has been doing. And from the other side, we are trying to test new ways to reach our audience. That means we are doing public events and inviting people to come, but also inviting our interviews to be on the stage talking with the people. And I was very skeptical at it at the beginning, and it works because journalism disappears from the figure of the journalist disappears from the stage, and then we have citizens talking with interviews about the subjects. We are just mediators, and I think these two things.
When we had a previous discussion, you said something I would like to comment on, because you told me, okay, all these technology things are fine, but really the great innovation in or the important innovation is how you talk with people, the ethical approach you have in talking with people. Could you comment quickly something on that?
Yes, I would say that a good pen is important to do a nice meal, but you need good ingredients before a good pen, and it's it. For example, the first time we approach a person, we say who we are, we say why we are there, and we ask that person that we are going to interview if they want to ask us questions also. And we never bring with us machines or records, nothing. We just go by ourselves to have a first conversation. That means that in the second time we come back to talk with this person, we have someone that has established confidence with us, and that's important. And that's important also to bring them to the stage to talk, because when that moment happens, it's not friendship. To call it friendship, it's too much, but it's, we have established a relationship.
So if we were discussing before innovation through engagement, not innovation through things, that would be an example, for example. Okay, what about you?
Well, something really important out of course, working with data and graphics, and we're also doing some investigative stories run by images and drawings made for the investigation on the ERP media side, and also for INDEEP, actually. One of the most interesting things we're doing, in my opinion, is to being extremely accountable to our sources by protecting them and by having an inside, in-depth formation for all the journalists inside the newspaper in order to have a certain level of security in the communication with our sources and in the transferring of informations. And this is something I actually brought in Deep, so also in Sardinia. I was a little bit skeptical because already with ERP Media we work with a whistleblowing platform that allows us very briefly to collect anonymous information without knowing who the source is. And since I have the knack for whistleblowing stuff, okay? So I said, okay, we try also on INDEEP, also if it won't work because we go in a rural area with straight connections with people. I wasn't expecting a success. Actually, INDEEP is collecting a huge amount of anonymous information from the public administrations, from hospitals during COVID, for instance. We received pictures from inside the hospitals showing that a lot of money were just thrown out of the window buying expensive stuff that were not used. We receive all kinds of information. And to me, it's amazing to see that something I wasn't expecting from my own people was actually there. They were ready and they were waiting probably for journalists to collect and for the opportunity to talk with someone that actually cares about the problems. So that's cool.
Really cool. Yeah, so I think I have sort of 2 minutes left. Am I wrong? Yeah, I can. Okay, so maybe one last question, and then if there's any question from the floor, I will give space to it. Okay, so I would like to go back on something that clearly obsesses me, and because I've mentioned before, which is the tradition between, I mean, you are all sort of new media, okay? And I would like to understand what is your tradition, what is your relation with legacy media, okay? So there's always this dance, no, between new media and legacy media, whether you find a way to cooperate, you find a way to exchange, or whether you are really, you know, on very different tracks. So whoever want to comment.
But we have a very close relation with traditional media because we collaborate with all the weeks. For example, we collaborate with Spanish national radio. I don't know, 10 years. We are, and yeah, but we collaborate with them and with other magazines and newspapers. But we are also open to other new media or new projects because we are the public service. So we want to improve the scientific researches in all the platforms what we can do. And we also starting to collaborate with Latin American researchers, institutions, and journalists. And I said before, but we are 4. And we have also freelance journalists, someone from these countries.
Not love, neither hate, gray area also. But we have also a very close relationship with legacy media. Every work we do, we publish in television or in the print newspaper, we adapt it because we are digital and we do long form, and we think that they use us because they can't do the kind of investigation we do, but we use them also because they have a stage to reach a wider audience, so it's a win-win situation. And I hope that in Portugal we have a more strong legacy media. We need it. It's not independent media against legacy. I think that we can work together.
Well, I will go with a really small anecdote that summarizes everything. Once I did an investigation about a cyber attack on Regione Sardegna. We published on Indip, Repubblica, which is one of the main newspapers in Italy, took the news and said, as Indip discovered, and then the main newspaper in Sardinia wrote, as Repubblica reported. Okay, that's our relationship. We love each other.
So two very different cases, one in which the legacy media are sort of relying or using, as you said, you, and another one in which they are ignoring you.
Yeah, but before we publish at the legacy media, we send them like, I don't know how to say, the rules, how they should quote us. Otherwise, it will happen the same.
Okay, so any question from the floor? Okay, one there. Okay.
A question for Raffaele. What process do you use to verify or, understand better the information that you get through like leaks from citizens or other people?
Well, mainly it depends from the information we got. Sometimes the platform is also a way to establish a secure connection with the anonymous source that sometimes led us to have a beer together and speak freely about the topic. Sometimes you just receive documents and then you have to validate those documents, cross-referencing them with other sources inside the public administration or whatever. But for instance, Andrea is a colleague, we did an investigation together on an hospital in Sardinia. We actually received all the pictures. We already knew the place because it's a public hospital in Sardinia. So we already knew that the pictures were okay and fine. And so we asked for a comment and they never denied. So we already knew the story was okay.
Any other question? Otherwise, okay, one there.
It's a question for Divergent. You said you publish long form. Are you able to indicate how many people read long form, like the appetite for long form? Like, do they read the whole article, and what's the length that you publish?
Yes, so I don't have the numbers with me, so I'm not the person, because Coedivania that works with us has, but what we know is we have people enough that justify what we are doing, and also the people who read us don't have that kind of information in other places, because they are, so we know we are doing journalism maybe for a niche, but we still want to do it because that niche don't have this kind of journalism everywhere else in Portugal. And also, we do it at Divergent, and then we make sure that we adapt what we do to other formats. Conferences, legacy media, debates. That means I was wondering, one person here means how many likes on Instagram? I would say a lot. I prefer to have one person listening what I'm saying that have 100 likes on Instagram.
Okay, so I think we need to close, but just one last question just for you to conclude, which is looking forward, that is, and specifically talking about the money, okay? So how do you plan to make your project sustainable in the long run? Where do you get the money now, and where do you plan to get it in the future?
From our readers, as soon as we continue doing journalism that they like, they will continue paying. Otherwise, we can just shut it off, and it's just fine.
Our main source is structural grants, and then we apply for specific subject grants, and also we have subscribers. We don't have paywalls, but we have people who pay for Divergent to exist, and we do partnerships with academic projects.
well, we receive public funds, but we don't have advertising or subscribers. But for me, it's important to remark that sustainability is it would be important, but also have good conditions as journalists.
Okay, so thanks a lot. Thanks. We will close it here. I hope this has inspired you as it has inspired me. Thanks.
I jump in, and hello everybody. My name is Marco Boscolo. I'm one of the colleagues from formicablu, so we are partly the organizer of this event, and I'm going to drive you through the last session of this morning and this event. We are going to have to take a step forward away from the legacy media in this session, because we selected 4 examples, 4 case studies that we wanted to present to you of very specific ideas about journalism under this umbrella title that we selected. It is broadening the meaning of journalism. So we try to present you 4 case studies that try to challenge the idea we have of journalism, also because they have a very specific niche they talk to, or because they selected a very vertical way of going in depth on one topic, or because they are very small, very new, and they try to find out where their audience is. So we'll see different approaches. We start with the only of these case studies that cannot make it in person, but she is going to have the presentation through a video that she'll send us a few days ago. And so I'm presenting to you Thin Lei Win. She is a journalist from Myanmar, but she's based in Italy. So also this cultural approach, this different approach from a different continent and living abroad is one of the things that drove her to the work she's doing. And she is obsessed by food, and you will understand why.
So Lighthouse Reports is actually a non-profit, collaborative, investigative newsroom. It's mostly based in Europe, but we actually now have colleagues in the US as well. And it's quite unique in that, Lighthouse Reports in itself is not a publishing platform. How we work is that, for example, we have a really interesting investigative story idea. And sometimes, depending on the type of investigations, we would either start the investigation process ourselves, doing the reporting, and at some point, if we have a hypothesis and our hypothesis is proved to be correct, we will start contacting our media partners in different countries, in Europe as well as in other parts of the world, to say, hey, we're looking into this story. This story has an impact in your country. Would you like to work with us to work on stories that have local context rooted in their local knowledge, in the local language most of the time, to publish the stories? And then we will publish these stories at the same time. So for example, for the food systems newsroom, so Lighthouse Report has a few different newsrooms. There's one looking at the borders on migration issues. There's one looking at surveillance. There's one looking at war winners. And the food systems newsroom essentially is, the whole idea is to investigate, expose, and challenge what we see as structural inequalities in the food systems, right? A lot of the times, I think these days, whenever we talk about food, agriculture, there's a lot of emphasis on individual action, right? Like obesity is because of the way we eat, the diets that we consume, the environmental destruction, the ecosystem impact from our diets. Well, it's based on what we consume, how it is produced. It's very much on the responsibility is placed very much on individual consumers to change. Now that is unfair because, it ignores the very important actors, government, the industry, the private sector, very powerful system, powerful group of actors, policymakers, private sector, like I said, businesses that have policies and structures in place, that have a huge bearing on why we eat what we eat. So that's the whole idea around food systems. And what we do, for example, is when we were investigating a Copa Cogeca, which is this, the biggest, most powerful farm lobby group based in Brussels. And they say that they represent all farmers in Europe. We were doing some investigation and we were talking to a lot of small farmers, and they were talking about how they do not feel represented. So that was the seed, one of the seeds of the investigation. I'm like, okay, why do farmers not feel represented when we have this extremely powerful farm lobby group that supposedly represents the interests of the farmers? So, we started investigating for a few months, talking to as many people as we can, both insiders as well as outside experts. And then at some point we were like, there are some things that we're seeing that are really interesting. So we contacted, colleagues from Denmark, from Spain, Netherlands, and Romania, who then came together, and we all and Brussels, because obviously this is a big Brussels-based organization. We wanted the Brussels bubble to understand what's going on. So we came together, worked for another 3 or 4 months, reporting at a macro level as well as a national level, so regional as well as national level. And then we published the stories about the fact that Copa Cogeca only represent a small subset of farmers. They tend to be big industrial farmers and agribusinesses. And we published them all on the same day. So that's a long-winded explanation of how Lighthouse investigations work. So Lighthouse is totally non-profit. So, it's funded by philanthropic foundations and organizations. And I got involved actually by a slightly circuitous route because I was born and raised in Burma, Myanmar. And there was a military coup in 2021, 1st of February, that essentially had a massive impact on the country. It was, for a very long time, Myanmar was under military dictatorship. And then we had a small opening of about 10 years where there was elections. And it had only been 5 years since the democratically elected civilian government had taken over. And then the military took over again. And Lighthouse Reports was investigating how European surveillance technologies got into the hands of the Myanmar government, which is now being run by a very, very vicious military regime. So trying to find out what kind of technologies are there, who sold it, why did they sell it, to whom did it sell, and whether they're actually being used in the crackdown against, unarmed protesters. So that was an investigation that started a couple of months after the coup, and I was involved in it because I was, like I said, born and raised in Myanmar, so I was doing some of the reporting. And after that, Lighthouse was also looking at ways of reporting food and climate issues and wondering how to approach it. And they realized that actually I had been focusing specifically on food systems for about 5-6 years by that point. So they were like, do you want to join us? And I had such a great experience working on the surveillance investigation that I sort of jumped at that chance. My newsletter is called Thin Ink, which is a play on my name, as well as the fact that I'm a writer. And it's specifically focused on food systems and climate change. In fact, I call it, it's where food, climate, and where they meet. And I set it up soon after I left my previous full-time job, which was with the Thomson Reuters Foundation, and I was the food security correspondent, because as I was, covering food issues, I've been covering food issues for a very long time now, since about 2008, 2009, but mainly from the lens of food security, which is hunger, malnutrition, right, in post-disaster, post-conflict situations. And when I got posted to Rome to focus specifically on food, I quickly realized that if we look at it if we look at it purely from the lens of hunger and malnutrition, there is this perception that that is a poor country's problem, that it is not something that affects developed country, that it doesn't matter. Whereas it is in fact so important, right? I mean, there are very few other things in life where we come into contact with every single day, 3 times a day, right? Food is essentially the basis of our existence. And a lot of decisions around what we grow, how we process, transport, consume, discard it, all of that have a massive impact on our health, both physical and mental, on our environment, on our ecosystems, and so much more. Even, social justice issues. It is so intricately linked with so many aspects of our lives. And I realized that if we can look at it from a systems perspective, then suddenly people realize that that affects everybody. So that was the whole idea behind Thinning. I really wanted to look at food from a systems perspective, and particularly because I decided to go freelance, before I joined Lighthouse, I thought that was a way for me to essentially inform readers about what is going on. Why should we care about food systems? What does it even mean? What are some of the debates around it? What are the latest, reports, issues, challenges, and who are the experts, that are worth talking to and listening to? I haven't had a chance to actually grow it very much, to be perfectly honest, because I've been so busy juggling so many things. I now have about 2,600 readers, and that's all been purely organic. But they're fairly engaged and really interested in the very, quite nerdy technical issues around food systems. But what I'm hoping in the future is that I'll be, able to do a much more outreach around it, so that it's not just people who are in the food and climate, sectors and policy wonks who read the newsletter, but just everybody who eats and who wants to eat well, but also cares about the environment, cares about the small farmers, cares about fairness and equality, will read it as well. I have to admit, I'm extremely privileged. Part of it is because I come in from an international news wire background, right? So I used to work for the Thomson Reuters Foundation, which is the nonprofit arm of Reuters News Agency, and I got transferred to Rome as part of, Reuters Italy, Thomson Reuters Foundation. So in that sense, I came in with a very fortunate, privileged position. It still took a very long time to get, permission from the Ordine di Giornalisti, that I am qualified to do the job. But I came in, you could say, from quite with a big support of a big institution. I have met, however, a lot of extremely smart, extremely capable journalists, or just people who are working particularly in food and climate sector, who just cannot, who are very qualified, but their qualifications are not recognized at the same level, maybe because their English perhaps is not as advanced, maybe because they have a different skin tone, right? A different surname. That I know of people who in Europe, not just in Italy, in many parts of Europe, who are told, oh yeah, you can't get in, you can't hack into the journalism world in Europe, because you come from a developing country. You may have been a journalist there, but maybe you should lower your ambition a bit. it's an ongoing problem. And I think by not having those diverse voices and experiences, I think Europe is losing out, in not understanding the nuances and the finer points of Europe as a multicultural region. But also, these are just, I mean, just from a purely self-interest perspective, these are highly qualified people who can do, just very competent, who can just do a good job of it. But I think, there are still barriers to overcome, just the perception that if you did not graduate from a Western European university or worked in a Western European newsroom, then you are biased, you're not qualified, you don't have the skills.
Okay. So that was Teen Lei win, and I know it's hard to talk about food at this time of the day, but I really suggest to you to subscribe to her newsletter, because if you're into food, it's very, very interesting to read. So now we have 3 more presentations that are in presence. So I will call one by one the presenters, and I'll show that the people from the desk can move the slides for you, but you have to do the Aaron Pilofer move. So you have to practice. Okay, so we will check it if it works on how good you are at it. So I will go with the first of the speakers, which is Davide Del Monte. He comes from an organization called InfoNodes, and they publish a magazine called Marla. And we are going to deal a bit with activism, not only journalism. So please, Davide, there is a microphone over there.
So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to being here. I'm not a journalist, I'm not a scientist, I'm not even a communicator, so I feel a bit, out of context, but it's the story of my life, so it's fine, I would say. And most of all, I don't remember the slide, so I don't know when I have to do this gesture. So this is the first one. Okay, so as Marco said, I'm here representing InfoNode. InfoNode is a non-profit organization established in 2020, a great period to establish a new organization, as you can imagine. And it's an organization made by we are 7 co-founders, and we came from different sectors. I came from activism, so I worked for a lot of years in NGOs, non-profit campaigning sector. My other colleagues came from journalism, particularly investigative journalism. Others are researcher or coder, IT developer, hackers. What we want to do with this organization is to work on issues that we feel are essential. And we, of course, identified the 3 thematic areas: social justice, climate justice, and digital justice. It's a lot of work to do, because they are 3 huge issues. We cannot expect to be expert on everything, but at the same time, we think that if we want to help in having some change, we need to focus on everything. All the dots are connected. So we decided not to focus just on one sector. What we do with InfoNode, it's mainly research. We publish research. For example, in the last year, we published a research about autonomous weapons, so how the artificial intelligence is applied by the defense sector on new weapons. We published a research on gender inequalities in political, economic, and media powers in Italy. It's called Sexist Power. And we try to connect these researchers to advocacy campaign. So basically, what we have in terms of results of our research, we try to transform in calls and asks for the policymakers, and so to start campaigning. Last but not least, we also publish a magazine, and that's the reason why I'm here, I suppose. The magazine is called Marla. Is an online magazine, is a monthly magazine. It had several different formats because we like to experiment. We know that it's probably not the best way to have to succeed, to change constantly format, but it's something that we cannot control. We like to test and to experiment. So, for example, just to give you an idea, we started with a PDF format, then we transform it in a web page format. Now we use a Substack, but we don't like Substack anymore, so I think we will change again. And each issue of the magazine try to talk about a specific topic from the three perspectives of social, climate, and digital injustice. I try to make an example to be clear. In the last issue, published, no, not the last, the issue published in September, we decided to talk about natives and indigenous communities. So we selected several news about natives communities from Aborigines in Australia, Inuit in Canada, Indian Americans, and we tried to explain what they suffered, what they are still suffering because of, for example, social injustice, so how they are targeted by bad policies from the Western governments, why they are suffering because their lands, for example, are exploited by oil and gas industries, and this is quite clear in the southern states of United States and in Greenland, for example. And we try also to explain why they are targeted by artificial intelligence. So all the news about the bias in surveillance system that basically make a non-white Caucasian people more targetable by police. So we try, I know it's hard, it's complex, but we like to try to find a specific problem and to describe them under the three big categories of social, climate, and digital justice. Of course, each issue of Marla is free, people can subscribe. It's not needed to subscribe, you can just read it from our website. Okay, perfect. You anticipated me. Last year we also published a paper version, a paper edition of the magazine. We did it because we like paper, basically. After 2 years of work, we wanted to have something concrete in our hands. And this is also because in the previous panel, a word that I heard a lot is legacy, okay? And of course, we have a legacy too, not with traditional or mainstream media outlets, but for us, the starting point when we decided to publish Marla were the fanzines. So, if you remember that very lo-fi, low paper qualities small magazine that circulated in the 90s, telling what was happening, for example, about new local punk music gigs or bands and so on. And we tried to take inspiration for that fanzine movements and to try to copying some of their great impact that they had, honestly. But back to the paper issue of Marla, we decided to focus on cities, contemporary cities, and on the problems that cities are facing today. But at the same time, because we don't like to choose simple solutions, we decided to avoid any description of mainstream problems. So we didn't talk about, for example, the impact of Airbnb on cities. We didn't talk about the gentrification of poor neighborhoods in the city, but we decided to find some very niche topic. So basically this number, I have 1 or 2 copies here, if you then want to have a look, has 3 reportages, one from Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, one from a very weird city, Naftalan in Azerbaijan, is the only city in the world where petrol spill naturally from the ground, and they decided to build a sort of thermal area when you can decide to enter in the oil. I think it's the most dangerous thing you can do in your life, but we have pictures, of course, of people all I don't how to describe it, all black from the oil. And then we have another weird city that maybe you never heard about. It's called Milano 2, Milano 2. Milano 2 is the garden city that Silvio Berlusconi built in the 80s close to Milano, and where all the executives of his companies go to live. And we have a reportage about the city, of course, and how the kids that were born in Milano 2, that now have 16, 17 years, perceive these very strange cities, and then, okay, there are a lot of other articles that I don't want to list. The next slide, please. Our audience. First of all, I have to make a step back, and why we decided to call our magazine Marla. Because I and my colleagues love the character of Marla Singer, that is one of the characters of the book Fight Club of Chuck Palahniuk, and we love her because she's not the main character, but she is a character without which nothing would happen in the book. And especially, she's the one that at the end of the book looks at the skyscrapers collapsing. So we look at this idea of using her name for our magazine. So, as I tried to explain to you, we like to change the format, we like to change also the tone of the magazine, because our aim is not to talk with other journalists, researchers, academics, activists, but to try to explode the bubble, to reach people who usually is not really into social justice, climate justice, and digital justice. Our main goal would be to achieve that people who usually maybe cares about our issue, but is not really engaged on it. And this is because we try to link all the articles we published with specific calls to action. that the readers can do. I mean, it's simpler that it can seem. For example, when we describe a specific problem, we also link campaigns over the world that try to address that problem. Trying to create, again, connection between information and activism and engagement, and I think I'm running out of time, so next slide, please. We don't have high numbers, I'm very honest here. I cannot say to you we have millions or billions of readers. We have quite low numbers, as you can see. And we are very sorry of this because we are aware that we try to talk about very important issues in our society, and so we want to reach a wider audience of readers. So we are planning now, after the first 2 years of very fun experiments, to try to make this magazine a bit more structured. I'm not really confident and happy with this, but you know, when you are 10 people, I'm always in the minority. So you have to consider that, but okay, these are the steps we are going through. Basically, identify and reach new audience, to diversify and improve the contents, to create a platform. This is the aim of our organization, to create a platform where journalists, activists, and artists can collaborate, because we are collaborating a lot with artists, as you maybe have seen from the covers, for example, and to improve the impact. We want to inform, engage, and promote change. We are not journalists, we are not just focused on the informative perspective of our activity, but we want to really promote change. The last, maybe, or yes, last slide. When I was invited, I was asked to reflect on the sustainability. The first reflection is that I do not have any answer. I have a lot of question marks about sustainability. I even question myself if we really needed to find a sustainability for this activity, if it deserves to be sustainable. But by the way, what can we do to make it really sustainable? Well, we can try with some community-based crowdfunding, but is it a real solution for us? I don't know, because the competition is super high in Italy, in all the world, I think, on crowdfunding. So, do we want to be the next things that ask you money to read something? I don't know. I'm very skeptical about that. Funded projects, beautiful. We have several funded projects. They last 3, 6, 1 year, if you are lucky. And then, is this sustainability? I wouldn't call it sustainability. I would call it a way to survive. So, okay, with grants, but you have to keep in mind that they are useful just to survive for a very short time. Sale of printed magazine, artwork, and events. Perfect. We already do this, but is what we want to do. Okay. I'm really happy to organize public events and sell the paper version of Marla, and sell the artworks, the pictures, the photographs, and so on, and to sell beers. But how is this connected with my activist soul? So, this is another reflection for me. And I would say that I took a lot of notes from the previous panel, and also from the discussion of yesterday. The only things I really fear for my project is the standardizations. I don't want to make something that someone already did. I don't know if this is a challenge, a solution, something stupid from my mind, but we talk a lot about the polarization in the information. I think that the standardization can be even worse. And I stop here. Thank you for the support.
Thank you, Davide. Thank you. So, thank you for this perspective. And the story about standardization is an interesting reflection to think about. And I'll invite on the stage the next speaker. She's Priti Patnaik. She's coming from India, but she's living currently in Switzerland. And so I'll give you the stage, Priti, please. So let's see if you are confident with the Aaron Pilofer move to change the slide.
I think I'll let Anne do it.
Perfect.
Thanks so much. It's a real privilege and an honor to be here. It's nerd heaven, right? Science, journalism, media founders. Thanks a lot. Next slide. So I'm presenting Geneva Health Files, which is based in Switzerland. And essentially, it uses an interdisciplinary reporting on global health. Next slide, please. It is an investigative global health journalism initiative. Next slide. We are a product on Substack. It's a bi-weekly newsletter. And this is our landing page. It says, reporting on power and politics in international health policy. If you work in global health, you cannot do without reading us. A newsletter from the capital of global health, Switzerland. Next slide. So before sort of diving into what we do, I just wanted to quickly establish the context of why Geneva. Geneva, most of you would know that it's home to World Health Organization, and not only, you also have the World Trade Organization, and you also have the World Intellectual Property Organization, and more than 200 global health organizations that feed into the work of international health policy that is negotiated at the WHO. But you also have, more than 190 countries with their permanent missions to the United Nations in Geneva. So it's a place where a lot of closed-door negotiations happen, and these are opaque. And therefore, it's a dream for investigative journalists because not enough light is shed on these discussions, especially in global health. And of course, a place where public and private interests collide, and we know how much, the interface between the public and the private sector in health policy. So when I started thinking about a publication devoted to global health, I was convinced that Geneva deserves a truly international publication to talk about global health. And by international, I mean representative of all voices, not just the big emerging economies or the developed countries, but truly international. Next slide, please. And in the process of identifying the niche, obviously it is extremely specialized, and I think it was very obvious to me that a lot of global health journalism focused on the science, but not enough on the underlying politics, and politics is everything, really. And so we try to capture that the seemingly technical decisions taken by governments and these big institutions have deep political underpinnings. You have to understand the politics on why certain decisions are taken. And also reporting on conflicts of interest. Stefan has already talked about it. And my goal was to really provide an interdisciplinary approach to reporting on health. So we look at science, law, economics, governance, diplomacy, and of course, the political aspects of it. And really, no one else was doing long-form, consistent investigative work on global health from Geneva. And we intended to inform the experts and getting them to pay for it. There is a certain temporality to this. Next slide. If you see, I have been working on in global health and writing about it for a few years before we founded it in, early 2020. And we were in a lockdown, and people wanted to know what was happening in Geneva. So a lot of people, a lot of diplomats, a lot of policymakers were not able to travel to Geneva, but WHO had to take these big decisions remotely. For the first time ever, you had virtual negotiations, and not just the governments. You had, the activists, private sector, a lot of people wanting to know what was happening. So COVID-19 really became an inflection point. I was working as an independent journalist, and when it happened, I was convinced that this is the biggest story that I was witnessing in Geneva, and quickly became obvious that there was no time chasing editors, persuading them to publish this or the other. So I started self-publishing, first on on WordPress, and then switched to a newsletter format on Substack. And a few months later, we introduced a paywall. I did want to make a living, doing this stuff. And so I was very clear from the beginning that we will graduate to a paywall. And I also had an assumption that, our readers would become paying subscribers. So we have been publishing consistently, sometimes twice or thrice a week for the last 3 years, nearly 5,000, 6,000 words a week. It's been a punishing, relentless news cycle, as you can imagine. Next slide. So essentially what we do is we provide actionable information to a niche community of elite global health decision makers, and we have been able to monetize it because our work directly impacts their daily job of working in global health. So we are on the ground, right in the hustle, and really getting to understand the political dynamics, and we are providing an unbiased read of it. So essentially it's policy intelligence, curation, and also original investigative analysis. Next slide. So our mission has been really to advance accountability in international health policy through independent and critical journalism, to really expand it beyond the experts and the epidemiologists and the doctors and the specialists working in global health, but to really also make it more expansive, really, and to improve public engagement in global health. Of all the years of working independently, it was very difficult to convince people that a lot of interesting, dry, technical discussions happen in Geneva, but it has relevance to, everyday life, and COVID-19 proved that. So we have, tried to build a community of interested experts. Next slide. So who's reading us? Trade and health diplomats, policymakers, private sector lobbies, academics, NGOs, think tanks, students. I must confess, the idea was to, provide like a public service to negotiators and diplomats in Geneva, because not a lot of countries have the same capacity in Geneva in terms of some of the delegations are small, and there's a lot happening. So it really became like a resource for smaller developing countries. But now, a lot of people read us, including, developed countries, because we provide objective reporting. And even though people don't agree with us a lot of time, people still read us. Next slide. So the impact is that we have informed and contributed to negotiating positions of countries when the international response to COVID-19 was being crafted from Geneva. And we are also impacting negotiations in real time now because countries are negotiating a new pandemic treaty, basically new rules on what to do when a new health emergency strikes. And this has also led me to think that journalism does have a role to play in global health diplomacy, merely by bringing to light information as discussed in closed-door discussions. And this is something, I do think that global health is everyone's business. And of course, our work has been profiled by Global Investigative Journalism Network and so on. Next slide. The metrics, we have more than 6,000 registered readers, much more are reading us across 130 countries, but a fraction of them are paying. I know Aaron said open rates are not a big deal, but open rates are an indication of engagement as well. Next slide. And the business model is, I guess, very typical of any small media entrepreneurship initiative. It's subscriptions, grants, and research. And of course, the ultimate goal would be to live off subscriptions, to be fully sustainable, and to be editorially independent. And I think that has also played a very critical role, the fact that we are independent, and we are not under pressure from any country or any stakeholder one way or another, and we are being perceived as truly international. So the goal is to increase subscription revenues to reduce donor dependence. We were funded by Open Society last year, and that grant is drying up. So there's always been, there's like other actors in this space, we have to ensure grant funding so that we stay in the game. And to really become the foremost trusted brand in global health journalism, at least out of Geneva. Next slide. It's a non-existent, very small team. I founded it. I run, report, and publish this, and I do the business development stuff. We have 2 freelancers, 2 global health lawyers, actually, helping me cover on some of the stuff. And we also launched annual fellowship program where interested people from global health and journalism or journalism can come and work with us to know how this thing works. This is where you can check us out. Next slide. The key challenges is, of course, that we have a proof of concept that's working. People are paying for it, but we have to, do better and do well. We are massively understaffed. We have to, continue looking for grants, and we have to get more readers to pay. And that's the whole critical question of, optimizing for conversion. I think we have, when I started it, I was hoping, okay, 5,000 people would read us. But, we are registering an increase in the number of readers who are on the news list. But not only, we'll have to get them to pay. And some assumptions have not proved right, such as institutional subscriptions. I was assuming that a lot of institutions will pay. That has not been proven right, but it's a chicken and egg solution. You have to invest in marketing. For that, you need funds, and you need people to do that, and so on. Next slide. So just a small brief slide on myself. I've worked as a journalist for 20 years. I began in Delhi as a financial journalist, actually. Then I went to school in New York City, and I moved to Geneva. I've reported on public finance, trade, and global health. I've also worked outside of journalism briefly. Next slide. So I'll just leave you with this is a regular Substack page, the home page. This is how it looks. It's very text heavy, on an average 3,000 words a week per story. And we are really focused right now on discussions on the pandemic treaty. Next slide. Yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Preeti. And so, thank you for this story and your experience. And as we have been spoiled by the slides, I'm calling Anna Violato on stage. She will be presenting Radar, and I'll give the floor to her.
Thank you, Marco. Okay, guys, so we can also almost go to lunch. Bear with me. Marco, please let me know if I go on too long, because you'll probably hear my stomach grumbling because I'm so famished at the moment. But still, okay. So I'm Anna Violato, and I'm here to talk to you about Radar magazine, which is my magazine, and the magazine of a collective of fantastic journalists and photojournalists. So I want to start with a question. Okay, so try to picture in your head climate change. What do you see? Do you see flood or do you see flowers? Okay, raise your hands. Who's for floods? Okay, quite a lot of people. Who's for flowers? Oh, there's one person. I see you. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. So the point is that they're actually both good answers, because of course the consequences of climate change are going to be, I mean, they are already catastrophic, but the point is that it's such a difficult and complex issue that it's actually creating also new opportunities in some countries. And this is going to sound controversial, but ask to people in Greenland what they're thinking about climate change. Some of them are actually going to look at the opportunities. So this is something that we're trying to bring in our reporting, which we don't shy from this complexity. We love complexity and we want to communicate it in climate change and other environmental issues. That's what we're talking about. Oh, thank you. So we publish deep dives into many environmental topics, all with this kind of approach to go into complexity. And how do we do it? Okay, I'm going to borrow this great mantra from the director of Covering Climate Now, which is a great network that if you're interested in going to cover climate change, I highly recommend it. It's a free network, you can join it anytime. That is humanize, localize, and solutionize. So first, I want to go to how do we humanize the climate change and environmental topics. These people that you are seeing on the screen are some people that we wrote about in Radar in the past 3 years, because we also, as the other magazine that the other project that came before me now in this presentation, we also were born in 2020. So the pandemic probably, you know, sparked something in people. But yeah, I mean, what we try to do is really tell the stories of the people who are acting for climate change and who are acting to really fight these really pressing issues. We do it especially with visuals. We work with award-winning photographers, with illustrators, and I mean, it's really important for us to really talk about these issues with, you know, without going into stereotypes. I have this pet peeve. I don't really, you know, I'm really tired of seeing climate change visualized at, you know, I don't know, like a desert terrain with the cracked terrain, you know, extreme heat, people eating ice cream in Rome at the summer, or like people standing by fountains. That are the photos that you are seeing usually on magazine when they are talking about climate change. But that's not the point. I mean, we need to tell a story with photos too. So to the next slide. Okay, so the flood we were talking about. This is, you know, to the second point, to localize what these environmental issues mean, okay? This is the flood we had in Italy in May, yes. And the point is, we know that these issues are complex. They are really depending on where you are for their effects that you're going to see. But we really want people to understand how they will be affected, how their lives will be affected, how the economy can be affected, okay? And we really try to bring this into the stories. Next slide. Okay, to the solutionize part. Probably the thing we are most passionate about it at Radar is talking about solutions. To us, you're not really telling the whole story as a reporter if you only talk about the problem. If there is a solution you can report on, we think that you should cover it. Because then you give people, you give readers, you know, something to act on. Maybe they can see examples, they can change things in their lives, they can change who they're going to vote, who are going to support, how they're going to spend their money. So this is really important for us. To the next. Okay, but the point is that not every solution is really functioning, it's really great. You need to still cover solution as a journalist. So you need to find the data, explain the process. Don't say that every solution will solve everything. As I was saying, these issues are really complex. You will never find one solution that will solve any problem. If you see one article that says, this is the solution for climate change, that's probably bullshit, because it won't be just one solution. Okay, to our audience. We are a small magazine. We are still niche, we want to grow, but we are really niche. And at the moment, we have about 20K readers every month. In the past year, we managed basically to double the number of our readers, mostly working on searchability. So I will talk about this on the next slide, but no, just go back first. Yeah. The point is that we really wanted to create a better reading experience. Many newspapers in Italy are full of ads. You cannot really read them. You will try to open them on your smartphone, and it will be just hell. I mean, terrible. So that was really important for us too. We carry out interviews and surveys with our readers to try to understand their needs and especially their behaviors, to try what's something that could be useful for them. And doing so, actually, we discover also some things that we weren't expecting. So, for example, we learned that many of our readers are teachers. And many of our readers use our articles to teach kids in school. So they want to talk about climate change, they want to talk about, economical effects of climate change, and they use our articles. And that's something we really loved, actually. Next. Okay. So I was talking about searchability. The thing that we really understood, and this also wasn't something that we really were planning on, okay? So we had this idea, yes, we want to tell, this complexity, we really want to give a perspective and context, but actually we saw that the readers liked it, and our best performing articles were actually articles that provide context, that stay relevant for a long time, because they're not really explainers, but some of them are really go deep into the context, go deep into why things are going as they are. And also we cover some underreported topics in Italy, so that is proving useful, because people maybe go to Google and search for something that is not really covered anywhere else, and they find us, so that's been great. So to the business model and sustainability. Radar is not sustainable at the moment. We are more sustainable than 1 year ago and more sustainable than 2 years ago, but still we're not sustainable at the moment. Our revenue channels are basically being grants, collaborations, and a bit of donations from readers, and we did 2 crowdfundings, but as Davide was saying before, it's really, it's something we struggle with in the Italian market. It's not really easy to get money from readers when they are really struggling themselves in their lives with having money, So in the future, we definitely want to go where the money are. So try to engage a bit more with the world of investors, especially those into impact investing, and to do some sponsored content with maybe industries that are really aligned to our idea. But we are really, we don't really want to implement ads and paywall, because we really think that at the moment it's really difficult to find high quality content that is not behind a paywall in Italy, so we don't want to contribute to that. Okay? Okay, so this is the squad, the rather collaborative, group. And we are 9 people. We don't work only at Radar. Most of us also do other things. And we really want to collaborate. We want to start collaborations. So please, if you have any questions or propositions or, anything you want to talk about with, just, meet me here or just get in touch. We'd love to hear from other people what you think. Okay, I didn't even put the social media stuff in there, but you'll find us at Radar Magazine, basically in every social media. Also, Radar Zine, if you, for example, on Instagram. But yeah, that is it.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. So keep the mic and please sit down. I'm going to invite the previous speakers on the panel. So if we have a couple of minutes to collect some questions for the speakers. So pretty please. I can see Davide, maybe it's in the bathroom, I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I got news for you. On the program you can read that there is a 30-minute session by Elisabetta Tola after this. It's not going to happen. So this is good news for you. Yeah, but before saying goodbye and thanking you for being here, we want to have the opportunity to if you have any questions for the speakers of this fragment, to ask them, please. Oh, of course.
Yeah, my question was about the. For example, you were mentioning, Anna, addressing sponsored content, finding sponsored content, or in your case, giving consultancy. So that is something that has always, can bring issues with it, okay? Because somehow you compromise with people that are stakeholders, have some interest. So I was wondering how you manage that, how you manage to keep your independence and at the same time get access to this money, which is necessary for sustainability.
I think this is for you. It's for both of us. Is it for both of us? Okay, I'll go first. That is the source of many discussions among our group. So there is not a simple answer for this, but I think that we really value our independence and we wouldn't risk it, just for some sponsored content and from some industries that they just may abandon you from, one month to the other. But if you can find, I think, people who are aligned with your values and agree to sponsor you for who you are and don't really want to, touch the thing you're going to publish, that would be a yes from us.
Yeah, I think, again, this is something which is, you constantly have to think and exercise a lot of caution and discretion, especially for a small news organization like us, where we have painstakingly built our credibility, brick by brick. But having said that, we have to keep the lights on, and we have to pay our bills and, show up to stay in the game. I think the way we have sort of tried to address this is be completely transparent about who you work with, and accept projects that are in line with your editorial priorities. And it's syncretic. Your consultancy work contributes to your journalism and vice versa. And the work comes to you because you have, a robust journalistic product. So I think it informs each other. I would say that in our case, a lot of the consultancy work goes much deeper than the journalism. So that, automatically contributes to that stuff. And yes, I think transparency with your readers, with the community that you seek to serve is important.
Okay, so say, Davide wants to add something?
Yeah, we are in a sort of lucky position because every members of InfoNodes has other works. So it's not our primarily job. And for this we decided to keep it basically without any sponsorship, any external request of consultancy or services. But this is because we can afford to do it, because at the same time we do also other jobs, you know. So in terms of, this is why in terms of sustainability, I said before, I don't know if what we are doing is really sustainable. It's sustainable until we have other sources of, you know, life balancing earnings. But yeah. It's difficult. For the moment, we choose this radical way to operate.
No, it is something that happens many times with startups, that they are sustainable or they are surviving because you can afford to have another job. And sometimes this has to do with the question Michele asked, how do you keep your independence in the journalistic work you are doing if you have another job, maybe can be in a conflict or have a relationship with the work you're doing. So there's another question here coming. So you see we're running on a budget, so I have to move myself.
Okay, hi. I want to know if you have some small or medium project that you know that can be a model for your project in terms of economic sustainability. So because I am passionate about journalism, but I don't know many small or medium projects that are completely sustainable, and so I want to know if you know them and if you keep them as a model.
Dun, 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 dun.
You made the question no one want to answer. I'll try to give you, when we started, honestly, we made the mistake to look at example and models from US, UK, so our, you know, mythological idea of models were ProPublica, Global Witnesses. Then when we looked at how they fund themselves, we understood that it's something that is not replicable in Italy. Because in Italy, I think in Europe maybe, but I can talk just for the Italian landscape, there is not a real philanthropic way to sustain this kind of activities. Regarding some example in Italy, well, ERP Media is a very good example, in my opinion. I don't know in the long term if it's really sustainable, but for what I see, I collaborate with them, so I know how it works. They are doing a very, very, very good job in finding source of financing, but again, outside Italy, with the European Foundation, philanthropic foundations outside Italy. In Italy, it's very, very tough.
You want to go for it? Okay. I don't really have an answer. I think David had a great answer. I have an anecdote, though. Last year at Radar, we were included into this Google program that is basically an incubator for media startups. It's called Google News Initiative Startup Lab. And it was the first time in Europe, and we were super lucky to get in. And basically, we did a lot of work on business models, not really successful work, but still. And I remember that, like the first time that they talked us about revenue channels, they asked us to basically present our media startup and say which our revenue channels were. So we were about 10, all fantastic, incredible European media startups. And basically, each of us told that we basically were reliant on grants. And they told us, no, 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 grants are not a revenue channel. You need to put that out of your ad. That's not revenue. So,
I think the way to answer this question is really how you look at, is the glass half empty or half full? If you see it's half empty, it's just madness. Media entrepreneurship, you really have to be a little crazy to actually attempt entrepreneurship. In the journalism space, there aren't many of us doing this because it's incredibly tough. There are no easy answers on how you're going to monetize this. But having said that, the evidence that I have observed in the last few years is the fact that niche works. So if your project is niche enough and you have a defined community that you want to serve, then it doesn't have to be called journalism. And I think in some ways it's one of the best times to be a media entrepreneur, just the sheer resources available, online, ICAFJ, Google News, CUNY program, Splice Beta from Singapore, Splice from Singapore. I think it's a great moment also because readers are changing. So it doesn't have to be understood and practiced as journalism, but something that you want to do and because you think there is a need that you can fulfill. So I'm not sure I can answer your question except that, yeah, it's worth a try if you can afford to do it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, oh, there's another one.
I really liked the work that you're doing in Geneva, and I was interested in the backdoor conversations that happen for decision making. So last year I met a filmmaker that she did an artistic documentary on CERN. Actually on the conversations that were going on within the CERN team about how they will try to move into the next level or the investment that they were going to make. And I thought it was fascinating because I was like, how did you actually were able to film those conversations and make it into it was an artistic documentary, right? But I think it's so important that we actually have an opportunity to have access to those backdoor conversations where the decisions are made. So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more of your role for the people who are not in Geneva and how you could maybe spur this avenue into getting to those conversations.
So you're basically asking me my sources. No, I understand. It's the method is actually, so initially when we started publishing, diplomats are extremely cautious about being quoted. So a lot of the sources are anonymous because we are not able to name them. But this flies in the face of the high standards of American journalism and in Western journalism in general that you have to name your sources. And I understand that. But in certain circumstances, we are just not able to name sources. After 10, 15 years in journalism, I think you get to know this, the skill of gaining trust and credibility with sources that you will use their information responsibly without revealing their identity. And I've also learned that while reporting on closed-door negotiations, it's very important to preserve the identity of the country taking certain positions and so on and so forth because it has implications. So I think it's really a skill and really like showing up. Journalism is a lot of legwork. This is really old-fashioned reporting where you show up, you talk to people, and you're responsible for the conversations you have and how you treat that information and how you curate and present that information. So it's something that you develop over time to get confidence, to win the confidence from sources, particularly on sensitive issues. But this is text and not filming or recording and any of that. Switzerland has a very conservative media culture when it comes to these issues, and not on the side of reporters really. So we have to exercise a lot of caution in trying to do this, and also to get the confidence from the institutions that are letting you in. Just to get a press accreditation as an independent journalist took me years and years. And we had to furnish all these numbers to say that we are making a difference and let us in because we are credible. We are a credible news organization.
Hi. First of all, I just want to congratulate all of you. What you're doing is incredible. This is so hard. I've been working with entrepreneurs at a very small scale for a couple of years, and the sorts of things that you're saying resonate very much with what I'm hearing from the folks that we work with. Getting into this, starting something from scratch, we obsess about the things that are actually quite easy. It is easy to publish text and images onto the internet. It is easy, well, not easy, but it's a known problem to do journalism. It's all the other stuff that's hard. Could each of you talk about what sorts of skills, expertise, support beyond the journalism, beyond the technology that you're lacking, and sort of what's kind of missing? What is the kind of support you need right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think readers fail to appreciate that there is this whole big effort that goes beyond the text that they see on the website, and few actually care or understand, but we have to talk about it. I think it's almost going to be, in April we finish 4 years of sort of showing up and existing. The key thing is really to have someone on business development. My personal experience is you cannot do both, and it's incredibly difficult. But having said that, it's not so easy to find people to work on business development who are passionate about media entrepreneurship and understand the importance of journalism. So people, there are lots of digital outfits, but content stuff is not sexy for people to come and work on. So you need someone who's smart with the numbers, who's smart with the business development, who's actually going to implement the ideas that you have on how to grow this business. So I think having the right talent is one. Not easy to find, but I think after being on this journey for 4 years, I know that it's possible to find people. You have to look for them in the right places. You have to be vulnerable to work with people even when you're not convinced, because that's how you grow and learn and find the right person. Technology is important. Everything boils down to resources. At least you need a fundamental level of resources to have the multidisciplinary teams of having stats people, designers. All of this is important to really produce a high quality product. And then I'll say that, of course, having help on the editorial side is important. Just the sheer amount of information, you have to be on top of stuff. We are very selective about what we publish, but we need more hands. So it's a combination of things, but the first thing would be business development. It's critical for you to grow and sustain.
I absolutely agree with Preeti. I want to add another thing I didn't talk about in the presentation. We are a completely online newsroom, so we are basically spread in different cities in Italy, and we rarely have the occasion to meet in person and do work together in person, and this is incredibly challenging for us because in 3 years we didn't really find an alternative to the kind of connection and the kind of high quality group work that you can do when sharing a space. So I really don't know if there could be a solution to this problem at the moment, because, for example, the different mentoring program that we follow in these years are being online, and they are incredible opportunities because, of course, you don't need to go to Vienna or to Berlin or to anywhere else to follow these programs. But at the same time, they're not the same thing. So this is something that we constantly try to reflect on and try to understand if there are ways to really do this kind of newsroom work together that isn't through Slack and and video calls, that is actually meaningful.
Davide?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. For us, it's the same because we are 10 people and no one lives in the same city of the others, but so there is a sort of, logistic difficulties in, not in working together, but in having ideas, because you can have good ideas if you have the opportunity to talk, to speak, to have a beer, to, also make some chaotic discussion around issues. But then what I think it's really challenging for us, and what we lack, to answer your question, is the development of a strategy in order to achieve our goals. So basically to have more readers and to have a higher level of engagement by our readers, because we want to avoid the use of, not at all, but we don't want to use too much social media, for example. Not because of an ideological point of view, but because we don't want to put our efforts in publishing on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and so on. And because we don't know if the efforts to gain followers is what we want to achieve at the end. But I mean, this is our real question: how we can achieve our goal in a so competitive sector, because there are a lot of beautiful projects in Italy that do not exactly, but quite the same that what we are doing, and so how not to start to compete to any grant, for example. Just yesterday evening, talking with 2 or 3 other people, you included, we discovered that all of us participated to the same call of a journalist fund. So who will win that money? So it's very difficult, and I think that there is a lack in our organization, but overall in several organizations, of strategic vision.
Okay, thank you.
Just make a joke. I think that we should do just a huge, mega independent magazine with all these people and then fight to the death, like the Italian left, the left parties. That would be just the same.
Okay, let's get the revolution be started, okay. Okay, thank you very much to Davide, Anna, and Priti. Thank you very much for your presentation and your discussion. And I'm inviting Elisabetta on the stage just to close the event, basically, and say goodbye to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, literally 1 minute, just to say it's been really a pleasure to have all of you here. Yesterday, for the consortium meeting with our speakers, and this morning with all of you, and of course also with the people that have been following us and streaming. There are some words that of course have been resonating and being repeated throughout these 2 days. Innovation, I thank Aaron for having put so much focus on the fact that when we talk about innovation, we shouldn't be talking about all of those long list of other words, but really think about the dimension of innovation, engagement, of course, which is the key word in ENJOI. Transparency, I think that also came and has been repeated a lot this morning. Collaboration, ethics, and money and sustainability, because resources are something we are all dealing with. There are many more words, but I will stop here. I really want to thank all of you, reminding you that the ENJOI website and then the observatory will remain alive, so please get in touch with us, subscribe to the newsletter, and really again, many thanks to all the speakers who came from many different places, traveling to be here with us. And again, I want to thank my partners in crime within the ENJOI Consortium for being wonderful. It's been a pleasure. It was my first time as a coordinator, very likely the last time. It's been a trip, and I'm going now to be almost full-time a journalist. That being said, it's been a wonderful trip to do it with you, and I'm really, really happy to have had this opportunity. So thank you all, thank you very much. Of course, sorry, before, I need to thank my team that has been doing a lot of extra work to organize this event. We are not event organizers, by the way, so this is really being a super effort, and I really want to thank all the formicablu team, Francesca, Tania, Lino today was taking all the pictures and videos, Andrea for the social media as well, and Valentina has been writing a lot of the stuff and the news on the website. Marco, Lisa, Angela was there, so the entire formicablu team, thank you very much, because I know you bear with me a lot, and and I'm quite demanding in bringing you in these crazy things. Anyway, thank you, and have a good lunch. Now you can go for lunch. You have a voucher and an address where you can go and use your voucher. It's in the